way to go. Through the shadowlands and forgotten paths, you will find a road. Like an owl, you must fly in moonlight with an open eye and use your instinct as your guide to navigate the way that lays before you. You were born to take the greatest flight. Like a serpent and a dove, you will have wisdom born of love and carry visions from above into the places no man dares to follow. Every hollow in the dark of night, waiting for the light. Take the flame tonight, 'cause child, the time has come for you to go. You will never be alone. Every dream that you have been shown will be like a living stone. Building you into a home, shelter from the storm. Like a messenger of peace, the beauty waits to be released upon the sacred path you keep, leading deeper into the unveiling. As you're sailing across the great divide, like a wolf at midnight howls, you use your voice in darkest hours to break the silence and the power, holding back the others from their glory. Every story will be written soon,
I'm obese, shoot me in the belly.
Look at all the space I'm creating, everybody.
Bad monkey. Bad. Oh, you got you baited so hard. I don't think I can handle any more of this bot gameplay.
Spilo.
Alright, well, I guess we're back. I guess this will be the official the official first day of actually coaching Overwatch 2, in terms of doing like the old in-depth VOD review crap. We're back on that train. I don't know, I was like thinking about this. I was like, there's like a lot of new content and like we're doing a ton of different things, and I just like, I don't want to stream gameplay all the time anymore. Like I definitely want to do like, I definitely want to do more, like, and I'm gonna have to stream gameplay at least some. But yeah, I don't know. It's time to get back to at least some coaching. So I think for this week we're gonna have 2 on Tuesday today, and then 2 on Thursday. And so instead of 3, it's gonna be a little bit shorter with the in-depth coaching. So it's not gonna be as much in-depth coaching, but we're still gonna do that. And then next week, I think on Tuesday we have 3, and then Thursday we have 2. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to check my calendar again. You'd think I'd have this figured out. Is this water, by the way? Is this tea?
The red mug is tea. That's
tea.
peppermint tea.
I'm feeling a little under the weather, chat, not gonna lie. So must have been the Genji stress from last week that put me down. But yeah, we're gonna go back.
Behind you. Move your head this way. No, other way.
Oh, no. Pretty sure it's the other way, mate.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, there's a cat in the background.
I thought it was delayed.
But yeah, we're gonna be doing some coaching today. I believe we have some off-tank coaching, and then I don't know what the other coaching is. I looked through the forum, but I've already forgotten. All right. Looks like some tank coaching today. So I'm gonna get my. Honestly, I just cannot do headphones anymore. I just can't. It's too much space. Did you see my reply in your Discord DMs? Maybe. Yes. That you confirmed that you were ready. Yes. Yes, I saw that. I just saw that. Yes, thank you. I try. Oh, by the way, chat, if you've ever sent me a message and I've either ghosted you or just didn't respond, I guess it's the same thing. Send it to me again. I never ghost people, but sometimes I get so many DMs. I do miss them sometimes. I don't always respond right away. Ow! So that's always a factor. But if I've not responded for a long period of time, don't be hesitant to bump up again. I don't like ghosting people. So unless you're Dragonfly, because screw that guy. Hopefully he's still here. Or hopefully he's not here, I guess would be the. Okay, I guess we can get started just a second. Let me get the call rolling. Ready? Hopefully replay codes work, chat. I'm literally gonna cry so many tears if I have issues with the replay codes today, and I've had so many issues with the replay viewer. I'm honestly a little bit apprehensive. So we'll see. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm getting Overwatch 2 pulled up right here. I was saying I'm like super apprehensive about the replay viewer. I used it for legit ages in Overwatch League, and it was horrible Overwatch 2. I don't know what they did. They broke it in Overwatch 2. So I'm praying that we don't have the same like plagues that I have to deal with. Well, one of the by far the most annoying one is I'm an active user of the increase and decrease playback speed. Slow it down to 0.25, scroll up to 2.
Oh, yeah.
Just so we can move quickly, right? Well, whenever you do that, it locks it to 0.25, and then you can't change it. So if you even, yeah, it just locks it. And so then you have to click around and then go click it with your thing. It's just obnoxious. So hopefully that's not an issue. Anyway, nice to meet you. I looked through your forum. I'm really looking forward to working with you. You said you play music. Can you elaborate on that, please? And this is strictly selfish.
Oh, sorry, what'd you say?
And this is strictly selfish interest here.
Okay, cool. So it's actually kind of funny because the other day you were coaching an Overwatch team, like a collegiate one.
Yep.
And I actually went to JMU.
Oh.
Which is hilarious. But yeah, I went to music school there. Um,
That's awesome.
I teach lessons full time, kind of thing.
Really? Okay. What do you
Yeah.
teach? Like what instruments, or just a little bit of everything,
Uh,
or what?
so I went to school for voice, but I teach guitar and bass and piano too.
Nice, nice. So what
Yeah.
got you? What got you into music?
Choir. Yeah, I was in choir in middle school, and then in high school, a friend of mine and I started doing open mics together, and so that got me into like that kind of music. Um, yeah, and then from there, I went to music school, did kind of like a classical degree in composition, and then, but now I just write songs because they're fun.
That's
for me.
awesome. That sounds really cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of music. I'm not anywhere near as educated as you are, but I really enjoy it. I think one of the big things for me has been like how creative outputs can take a lot of mental energy, and like I think that's one of the big analogies for me with music, I guess, in Overwatch is like it takes a lot of effort. It's a lot of work, right? Thinking is
Yeah.
work. My dad used to always say, and music is a lot of thinking. Overwatch is a lot of thinking. So,
Mm.
so here's the real question though. So I got two tough questions for you. What is there a genre of music that you just absolutely disdain? You cannot listen to whatsoever.
Ooh.
Putting you in the hot seat.
For the most part, I would say no. The only one would be like really corporate country. Like, I don't.
Amen. Thank you. I was
Like,
literally the genre I was thinking about. I was waiting. I was waiting for you to say it. I was like, yes, yes, yes. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, there's plenty of good country music out there, and like bluegrass is really fun to listen to. But
Yep. I was
when
in
you
a
can
bluegrass
tell-
band when I was.
Oh, no way.
Not an
Awesome.
actual band, but we did 4-H picking club, and we'd go around and do little shows in our little town, and it was fun. But yeah, go ahead.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
All right.
awesome.
And then I've got you're not out of the hot seat yet. I'm just turning up the heat. Is there a popular
Okay.
artist that you really just can't stand? I mean, this one's not that hard, but you're gonna tick somebody off, I'm sure.
um, not not really. I mean, I fully believe that people, don't always write good songs. Sometimes you write good songs, sometimes you write bad songs.
Yep.
You know, like I think Ed Sheeran's a good example of that because like
Yep.
he writes a lot of great songs, but then he also wrote Shape of You. So I don't know.
Yeah. That's a perfect example, and it's so terribly popular. It's offensive, to be honest with you. I remember Ed Sheeran back when I was like, 18, 19 years old, and I See Fire, and I was like the song, and I
Yeah,
learned how to
oh,
play the
great.
guitar, and it was like, oh, it was so much fun. But yeah, I agree with you there. So we're gonna get along together real well. We're 2 for
Awesome.
2 so far. So then the real question I always ask is, why on earth did you get coaching?
So, like we were talking about before about the significant amount of mental effort that both music and Overwatch require. A lot in both instances, I think teaching like lessons can be really beneficial, because there's plenty of stuff that, I think about and I have lots of thought processes and probably some of them are wrong, but I wouldn't know that because I only have one brain. So
Okay. And so you wanted an outside perspective on some of the things that you're doing.
yeah.
Okay. Why Overwatch? What got you into Overwatch?
So I started playing around season 5, but I was still in school then, so I didn't play much. I don't know what exactly got me into it. I think I just saw it and I was like, oh, this looks cool. I'll try it out.
Okay.
And then I played a lot of Diva that first season, and I didn't really look back. Yeah. In subsequent seasons, I think I ended up falling pretty far just because
How far?
bronze.
Ah, well, okay. That's okay. We've all
Just
been
for like,
there.
just for like one season. I think it was a good experience though. But yeah, I mean, then as I learned more about the game, got a little bit better and put too much time into it. Around probably when the pandemic hit, as most people did.
How long have you been Plat?
So
Ignore
Maybe,
Overwatch
like-
2 placement just for now. But
Sure,
just,
sure,
like,
sure. So I was Plat for maybe 5 or 6 seasons.
Why do you think that was?
You mean like why was I stuck there, or
Sure.
well, I was able to touch diamond a couple times, but I think that I maybe wasn't like consistent enough.
No.
As you
Okay.
get close, as I got like nearer to the rank that I wanted or that I thought I should have or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
I would get tilted more easily, or I would, you know, maybe put too much pressure on myself and kind of overthink a lot of things.
Yep.
Um, yeah.
It's funny how the human brain works. It's like the more crucial to win, the more pressure you put on yourself, and then you end up playing worse. Like, or those losses hit you harder, right? So like,
Yeah.
that's how loss streaks happen, right? You're on that game to get you to diamond again, and then you're like super pressured, and then you get the bad teammates, or you're playing bad, but you blame it on teammates, then you get frustrated, and then you just spiral downwards, right? So
Yeah. This actually happened the night before the Overwatch 1 like servers went down.
that's funny.
I had like this crazy game. I think I got like, over 50 elims, just like trying my ass off, and then we lost, obviously.
Ouch.
But then the next morning I had 2 easy games that put me right into diamond.
There you go.
And then I was like, okay, I'm done now. I'm good.
Finish undefeated. I'm the greatest.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. I'm trying to think what are some other questions. About on average, how much do you play? You talked about how you play a few games, you'll take a break because you get a little bit tired. On average, how would you say, how many games do you play per day?
I mean, somewhere between like 8 and 20, depending on how much time I have.
Okay. 8 and 20. That's a large variance. What usually is like, is it just like the 20 games are on your off days, or are there days where you stop early?
Yeah, like where I don't have work, yeah, I would play more.
Okay. Okay. And then when you do play, you talked about taking breaks for educational content when you're tired. Can you kind of describe how that usually looks like?
Yeah, so, if I can kind of feel that my awareness is dimming, like I've just kind of been playing for too long, I'll stop, maybe get some food, and then, I'll watch, something relating to what, I perceive the problem was in the last game, if I'm like really grinding.
Right.
Maybe, if not, I'll just, take a break, watch some regular TV. But
Gotcha. Okay.
but yeah, so
bit of an odd question for you, but what do you think is your biggest strength when it comes to like teaching music? Like, do you I mean, what, not just like your strongest instrument or whatever, but like when you're teaching, what kind of a coaching style do you, or what is something that you've learned from teaching, I guess?
sure. I would say kind of like the ability to get on somebody's level and try and figure out how they're thinking about something,
Yep.
and if they're like if they're thinking about it wrong, or if if they're having the right thought but they're not doing the right thing,
Right.
then kind of meeting them there and
Right.
looking at that.
Right.
In general, though, I'd say probably just like the ability to adapt. That's what I've learned the most from teaching. Because like you can make a plan for a lesson, and then it'll go out the window after 5 minutes, and you have to just kind of think on your feet.
Right. Right. How do you? What does thinking on your feet like mean to you? Do you like? Can you give me an example of something like that? Because I think there's something we can pull from this.
Like for example, if a student is working on a song and I notice, while they're playing it, some technical thing they're doing that's not right. Like a lot of guitar players, their wrist or their thumb is kind of the factor for that, or maybe it's they're pressing too hard into the string. So I think of some kind of game outside of that, some task for them to do, usually like a scale or some other exercise that they can do to work out that technique, and then we go back into the song that they're working on.
Right. So you go back and you revisit a fundamental, then you go revisit what you were trying to get them to do in the first place properly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. So what you talked, last thing I'll ask you about is your VOD review, self VOD review. and you said you have an issue. Even the way you said it sounds like a teacher. You're like, because I'm playing perfectly, but because my perspective still has the same biases / gaps in my knowledge as I had during the game.
Yeah, right. It's like I only have one brain. I mean, sometimes it can help to look from a bird's eye view. Like I looked at the King's Row game I sent you, and I was like, oh, they were flaming me, but maybe they were right actually.
Yeah, that's always awkward, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So let's look at this. So you sent me a vast wall of replay codes, and you have shifted from. It sounded like there's a lot of diva, but now I'm seeing more Zarya in the actual codes. Why is that?
Well, there's only one game where I play Zarya. One of the games I think.
Playing versus
the Hollywood
Zarya.
game.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The matchup there is one I want to work on.
Okay. So is there one of these that stands out to you as being the priority?
Probably I would say probably the Dorado.
Okay. Playing Diva into Zarya again. Wonky mechanics. 3 a.m. moment. Ouch.
Oh yeah, I got home from work last night at 9, and then and then I was locked out of all of my heroes, so I couldn't play comp, and then I didn't actually get to play any comp games until midnight.
I
was
see.
like, I guess.
So you prioritize your ability to play the game over sleep.
Just for this particular instance.
Gotcha. Okay. You could hear my apprehension there.
Not always.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to see. Okay. So let's pull this replay code up, and I can tell you my philosophy with coaching.
Okay.
And my philosophy with coaching when it comes to a lot of these things is, well, first off, getting the replay code pulled up here. Okay, there you go. Is trying to find a way to make this as simple as we possibly can, so that then you're given more freedom to kind of apply what I've taught in the game without having to be like, oh wait, what did he say about these kind of situations? It's very, very big picture, basic fundamentals that carry over from rank to rank to rank to rank to rank. And so if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask, because the goal for me, as I'm sure you know, being a teacher, is to make you more intelligent, to understand the game better on your side of things. And if I fail at that, then we're gonna have issues, because I can tell you what to do, but I can't tell you what to do when you're off this call.
Right.
Give me 1 second. I'm having shockingly issues with the replay code viewer. And then we will get started. I remember why, chat, I don't do full screen, because I can't stream on Discord with full screen. That's bizarre. I'm gonna have to go borderless window. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, there you go. That should work. Now, people have told me before that the bitrate on Discord sometimes tanks, so if things get snowy on your end, feel free to just yell at me and hop in stream, and there'll be a little bit of a delay, but we can play around that. Okay, so let's get okay. Oh, we're standing still, so I should hope so. Okay, so let's talk about Diva. What is Diva good at? Like, let's just not think things in Overwatch 2 or Overwatch 1. Let's just think, what is the hero good at? What are her strengths, would you say?
Taking high ground and off angles.
Okay, what does that mean? What does off angles mean?
An area that is not being looked at by the enemy team, where you can either pressure the enemy team or help your team. Okay,
so you know all the right answers. How do you know all the right answers? What video have you watched?
Well, all of yours for a start.
Okay. No wonder you're second Plat.
Yeah. I also a while back I got some coaching from Egoist Cat too, and that was nice.
Okay.
Because we talked about like kind of thinking about what the enemy team is going to want to do.
Yep.
And trying to stop them.
That sounds great. Okay. Has this helped you improve?
Oh yeah, I would say so. Okay,
like tangibly improve, not just I feel more educated, but I'm still struggling, but like tangibly it has helped you.
Yeah, I mean, with my thought processes, like I think it's gotten me to start doing the right things.
Okay.
Occasionally, I just mechanically don't do the right things, but I think that'll improve over time.
Okay.
The more I try to do it.
Okay. So then I guess the other couple questions is why are you playing Diva on this map?
Because there's a lot of high ground, especially on first point and second point.
Okay. And then the next question is there anything about Overwatch 2 or anything about D.Va right now that you're particularly struggling with that you wanted to ask before we get started?
Yes. So I'm kind of thinking there's basically two different styles that you can play with her. One where you play more to defend your team and kind of peel, and then the other one where you take lots of selfish flanks and angles and just go for a kill on the enemy backline to end a fight quickly. I've had more success with that one than the peeling one.
Why do you think that is?
Because, well, it's tough, right? It could just be because the people I'm facing don't know how to deal with that, but because what they could do, right? The danger is always that they could just see, oh, their only tank is flanking here. Let's just push into their backline and get a kill before
theoretically, yeah.
before the D.Va does, right? But yeah, I don't know.
Look at your HP right now.
Yeah, 50 more.
Yeah, something to consider. And you've got it buff to your boosters as well, or your micro missiles rather. So just something to consider. I actually just had a conversation about this with a Contenders off tank actually just last week. And he was looking at, I think it was the London Spitfire versus the Gladiators play, and Reiner's on D.Va, right? And he was wondering, like, Reiner basically was never peeling, almost ever, even though he was playing with an Ana Zen backline. And so what we ended up having is a conversation about how, like, D.Va's really good at controlling space. So you talked about off angles, you talked about high ground, and we talked about how one of my favorite phrases in Overwatch is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You can apply that to literally everything. You can apply that to your supports positioning smart so then they don't demand as much peel. You can apply that to a good angle from your DPS means that, okay, even if I don't hit the shots, I'm still putting out good pressure because I was in a good position to start with. And then for D.Va, the idea is that especially against some of these compositions, is that it is better for you to prevent the enemy team to get space or to contest the space that they might use to get onto your squishies than it is for you to always be thinking about peeling. So you do more sometimes proactively pressuring the enemy team in terms of peeling than you do actually sitting inside of your backline waiting for them to pressure your backline so that you can matrix them. Not only does that provide you more opportunities to get for kills, but it also means that if you look at their composition, if your backline is dying to the Hanzo or the Sojourn or the Ana or the Zen, most of the time it's because they're taking a position that they should not have been allowed to take in the first place. It's not because that you weren't sitting inside of your Zenyatta and matrixing. So when you're saying about how Overwatch 2 have had more success with the more aggressive, more flanker playstyle, that might be because it's easier for you. It might be because the enemy team is not ready for it. It could be that you have more resources to play with aggressively that aren't as useful just sitting in there inside your backline. And it also could just be flat out that you're peeling more than you think that you are because you're drawing so much gosh darn attention and all the positions that the enemy team wants to take. Now, if they're running something like a Wrecking Ball Sombra Tracer, still it's good to proactively prevent them, but you want to be within backline distance, right? But I look at this and I see no reason for you to ever be sitting inside of your backline ever. I
think they do end up running the Sombra at the second half,
right? So we could talk more about that. So for me, it's going to be about the ounce of preventions worth the pound of cure. Are you actively like contesting and fighting off these off angles? You're a lot like a Genji in that aspect. And then are you? And the big one with D.Va, even in Overwatch 2, is are you actually conserving your resources and using them properly? So everyone's played, I mean, you've played, I'm sure, as a Zarya or a Ryan player or a Sigma player and whatever, and with a D.Va player that sits in main and just stares at the enemy DPS and gets all of her matrix, all of her HP burned before the fight even starts. That's a very common play style, and it sucks. So let's, do you have any other questions before we get started?
Nope.
Okay.
All set.
All right. So we can already kind of see what you're trying to do here, right? Being sneaky, a little bit of pressure. What was good about that?
That I went high ground and they all looked at me.
Yeah. Was your team being pressured at that point in time?
Probably not.
Well, I mean, looked like a little bit, right? If we could,
yeah.
Okay. These settings are gonna drive me nuts. I've changed it to 10. Twice now. You see this? I can't click on the 20 until I have the pixel lined up. Let's yeah, it doesn't want us to stay at 10 actually. Let's try this one more time. You get to actively watch me lose my mind. Okay.
Yes, there you go.
There you go. There you go. Okay, so like if we look at their point of view at this point in time, when you fly in, yeah, they absolutely had a sightline onto your thing. And yeah, what's the other nice thing about this? So let's play this out until its conclusion. Can you hear me okay, or is it too loud?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
The video quality is kind of scuffed though. I might hop over to your
Okay,
stream.
sounds good. Sounds good. So we'll have a little bit of a delay. That's okay. So look at your HP right now. This is what we want to like look at, right? All of that attention, all of that pressure, and what did it cost you?
My cooldowns.
Right, but look at your HP.
I don't know. Oh yeah, didn't cost me any HP.
It cost you. It cost you about 50 HP at the time. You've gotten healed up since then. That's what we want. That's what we want. And that's something that you kind of have to balance for, is putting as much pressure as you possibly can without taking so much attention from your healers that you're constantly needing healing. Make sense? So you said you had some questions about playing versus Zarya?
Yeah.
Okay. You tell me, how do you play versus Zarya?
Well, you want to look to try and pressure out their bubbles, right? So that you can do stuff to the backline.
Okay. How do you pressure out bubbles?
Shoot at her or shoot at somebody else.
Okay. Okay. Which do you think is more valuable for you? If you were to fly on a Hanzo and shoot a Hanzo and he gets bubbled, do you have tools to deal with the Hanzo's damage?
Yeah, I can matrix it.
Okay. If you were to fly out and shoot a Zarya and force her bubbles, do you have tools to deal with her damage?
Unless she's stupid and tries to right click me, probably not.
Right, so it's not always bad to focus a Zarya if she's low HP, or she only has one bubble, or she's discorded, or you guys are using an ultimate, or you're like on top of her, right? Like a Diva's excellent if you can just drop on top of her. But like the way to counter Zarya is to do exactly what you just said, right? Is to try and to make her use bubbles and other things that you can matrix, and to just don't give her beam value. If you just never give her beam value, then it's gonna be really frustrating to play Zarya. And you have the tools to do so, right? You have the boosters. You can go anywhere you want. It's like right here, this is fine for now, but there's no reason to stay here. As soon as you see this, you're like, there's no actual pressure. This is better for her than it is for me, so I'm just gonna piece.
Yeah.
And you also have to be really careful about Discord as well. So you can even see there, that one cost you a little 200 HP. The previous one, because it was a little faster, and because you didn't stay in front of Zarya, only cost you 50. So something to keep in mind. And even like this right here, like you're thinking, I might get a kill here, but you have to be super attentive to how much damage that you're taking there. Because as soon as your Sombra's dead, is there a realistic opportunity for you to get a kill there?
Probably not.
Probably not. So you need to be in and you need to be out. I don't think what you're doing so far is bad, but we just need to be aware of these things. Okay? And then at this point right here, what's your mindset? What have you just seen in your kill feed?
Okay, I'm down one.
So what's the mindset?
So the mindset is probably just like see how much of these soft dives I can do while like just pushing the cart a little bit more.
Just don't do anything crazy, right? You're just trying to buy your team some space. Unfortunately, right now, you are doing something crazy. Look at your HP. Look at your matrix. If you can see it, it's just to the right of the Hanzo.
Yeah,
and
it's about half left.
right, and look at, obviously the Sombra's still not there, right? So this is a disaster. We have gone from consistently decent, and we lose one. And even if your Sombra was alive here, this is a disaster. Because what is the difference between being 650 HP and 350 HP?
No armor.
No armor, right? It's more than just the 300 HP. It's actually the 300 armor. As soon as you dip right here, you are going to get demecked. 3, 2, 1, surely? No. My point was ruined. I will now retire. Okay. But you see what I'm saying, correct?
No, yeah, for sure.
Unbelievable risk there. Unbelievable risk here. And you even get the kill. But to be frank with you, absolutely nothing about this screams that I should be getting a kill here.
Yeah.
I just don't know if their Zenyatta is blind or deaf or both, but we will take it. Okay, but we take the victories that we have. We won't dwell on it any longer. Congratulations.
Fair enough.
Matrix. Okay. Now, again here, what's our mindset? I don't mind you boostering in here and playing aggressively to dive, right? There is nothing here that you need to be peeling. Your Sombra is almost set up, but what's the problem here? I'm being nitpicky here, but I want to make sure that we fully understand.
Well, I got slept, so.
Okay, well, obviously. But before this occurred.
I don't really know what the rest of my team is doing.
Okay, I want you to continue to hit on what we were talking about with HP management and timing. So what's wrong with your HP management and timing?
Well, I'm down some HP, and also my Sombra's not set up yet.
Sombra's not set up yet. This is where like the difference between good and great play is a second, right? If you simply sit behind cart and don't let that Zarya do anything for 1 second and then go now, that's all the difference, right? That's all the difference, because look at what your Sombra's doing right now. Right?
Yep.
You see? And also, your HP, you would have not only 100 extra HP, you would have 100 extra armor. So, what you're doing here is okay, just needed to be timed better. Now, if I want to break it down to the micro further, how do you think you should be using your resource on this engage? I want you to think about this. So, if you were to dive now, like let's just say this is timed perfectly, how would you dive here?
Well, I'd want to try and eat the sleep dart. So yeah, there's a couple of, I mean, you know, if you just immediately Matrix the Ana, she's just gonna wait for your Matrix to drop and then sleep you, which I think is what happened, right?
Okay. Is that necessarily a bad thing, though?
I guess not, because it gets the cooldown out and I can probably live it.
Right. So you come in at full HP, you fly, you full Matrix for 1, 2, 3 seconds. I hate this hero. And then what happens? Maybe you get slapped, right?
Right.
But what HP are you at now?
Full HP.
You're still full HP. And then while you're sleeping, or if you get woken up, what's happened to your Matrix?
Oh, it's recharged.
It's recharged. The way I want you to do this as much as you possibly can is to use a little bit of your Matrix first, and then use some of your HP, and then use your Matrix again. You kind of see what I'm saying? You could theoretically do it the other way around, but I like using Matrix a little bit first. It kind of gives you a better read of the battlefield, and most people are going to panic through their cooldowns. Now, what the other thing about the Matrix is as well, if you're thinking like a monkey here, you can fly in, Matrix the Ana, fly up and over for cover, and then do jiggle peeks around this corner here. You kind of see what I'm saying? You can make it so you can use cover after your Matrix is over to bait cooldowns, bait attention without, and then, okay, I've got my Matrix cooldown back. It's only been half a second, but I've got it back. Now I can start to walk forward, and then now you're in a perfect position where you could just selectively eat cooldowns. Oh, I see the Ana in the animation of Sleep Dart. I see that Hanzo just popped Storm Arrow. I see that Zenyatta is about to release a right click. Now I can just pop my Matrix on my own. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we're getting down to the details here, but just things to think about. This is good. Okay. It's good. I mean, it's just so hard to punish you now. It's just so hard to punish you right now. You have so much HP to play with. Okay. Do you have any questions so far?
No. Also.
Okay. We're talking about a lot right now, so as the session kind of goes, like you were talking about how you kind of have to abandon a plan as we go. That might be us, but like let's just keep nailing all the stuff that we see, and then as we see more, we'll be able to adjust. Okay, what do you see as being a potential problem here?
Well,
were you following a Sombra call here? Was this a Sombra being calling that she was engaging, or?
No, I don't think there were any comms in this game.
Okay.
It was too late for that.
Okay. So what's the issue?
Well, the issue is
not
that
even a mistake, just what's something you need to be careful about.
the enemy team could just walk low ground and do stuff to my backline.
Okay.
Right, like while I'm dealing with this Hanzo.
Okay. Is that necessarily a bad thing though? I want you to kind of like picture this, like as like you have like this mindset. a couple of times it's popped up where you're always thinking about your backline, right? But again, what's going to kill your backline? Who are the most lethal people on the enemy team?
The Hanzo and the Sojourn.
The Hanzo and the Sojourn, right? In terms of your team. Like, the Zarya is not just going to walk. It's going to take 6 years for her to get there, and then they can just walk away, right? They don't have a Winston. So if you have the Hanzo and Sojourn looking at you, taking attention at you, you've done your job, right?
Sure. Okay.
Now, my problem here, or not my problem, but what's the concern here? Do you see, once we kind of like zoom out here, what's the concern? What's on the far right?
Both of our healers.
Right. So don't overcomplicate this.
Right.
But what's the issue?
I can't get healed.
You can't get healed. Is this a proper team fight?
No.
So how do you think you should be thinking about this, like mentally? Like, what's the plan here?
I mean, I can still put a little bit of pressure on the Hanzo, but I probably wouldn't be able to just like win it outright.
Exactly. If you see him being isolated, like, I mean, we saw this earlier, right? I was like, surely you're not going to win, and then you just got a kill. Okay, that's fine. If that happens again here, where Hanzo's just like completely by himself and getting chunked, and he's 1 HP, okay, go for the kill. It's okay. He could break the rules. But if he starts getting healed, or you start getting chunked, you got to remember, they can't help you. You have to give this up. So my problem here is not even now. It's this. Wait, what? Right?
Oh yeah, because I was there for too long. And
yeah.
Then, oh god, yeah, this was.
You're getting demeched for essentially for essentially nothing. Now I understand again your Sombra and Soldier, but the difference between your Sombra and your Soldier right now is neither of them are at any risk of dying right now. And what is the worst that's going to happen? Your Soldier might lose a healing station, right? You just lost your mech. That's no good.
Yeah,
and
it's gonna get worse too.
Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear. Right.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I mean, it's a complete dice roll that you even get the kill in the Hanzo in the first place. To be honest with you, that's again a misplay in the enemy team. But yeah, this isn't good. This isn't good. So you're an intelligent player, but then that happens, right?
I would say that's like tunnel vision, right? I got too stuck trying to get the Hanzo that I just wasted all of my HP and everything.
So how do you fix that? When do you fix tunnel vision? I think is the important question. Do you fix tunnel vision? I'll pause it. Give you a second to stream. Do you fix tunnel vision now? Is now the time to fix tunnel vision?
I think it's too late, right? Because I've already committed my boosters.
It's too late. Not only have you already committed the boosters, but you're in the middle of an intense mechanical 1v1.
Yeah.
Right? Now is not the time to be thinking about where your supports are positioning. So then when did the tunnel vision need to not happen?
5 to 10 seconds ago.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if I had just peeked that, or just kind of jiggle peeked that cover that I had there, I could have probably just stayed there.
Yeah, just been like, okay, my supports are here. I need to be aware of that, and if anybody hard can test me, I can push them. But if I start losing HP, I need to back out. I can't. Because the other thing is that even if you survive here, but the fight starts and you're 200 HP, that sucks, right? So now is the time to not be tunnel visioned. And so to take those opportunities when you can to check your surroundings, not in the middle of a fight. It's too late then.
Right.
That booster sound is something else. Wait, why are you shooting a Zarya?
Because she was low.
I'm messing.
Okay.
Yeah, there's always exceptions to the rule. That's an obvious one. Okay. Now, hang on. This is okay. But I want you to be, whatever you can, like you were here, just get some healing from your support and then do this, right? Just every little bit of armor counts here, right? Probably fine. 3 a.m.
Oh,
like
no.
you were saying.
Yeah.
Oh, you got him. Okay.
I don't know where he went. Okay.
You got it. All right, you gotta get healing. Ah! Okay, so this is where we're like, again, it's just the silly stuff, right? Like I wouldn't even necessarily say the mistake is like, You know, once you've already committed, like this far in, it's kind of already over. You didn't even full Matrix. But like, we could have been full HP before we actually went for the Hanzo, just a little bit of healing. We could have been, okay, I've gotten the kill on the Hanzo, my priority is to get that armor back up and then look for another engage.
Yeah. I mean, there's a Mega right behind me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even want to watch Baby Diva stuff, because it's gonna, you're just not very useful. Okay. This is what we talked about, right? So at this point, the fight's kind of already lost. So I think my primary goal for you is just, I would not have even engaged this. Like, as soon as I see this right here, you should know that, first off, your soldiers in spawn, and that, okay, as soon as your Sombra dies here, the priority is like, okay, this is no longer winnable. I just need to get out. That's the #1 priority. But then even if we like break down this to like a micro level, this is what we talked about in terms of, okay, you're not getting help. She has a bubble. She has pocket support. You will not win this duel. I mean, this is, you're just giving like Zarya the most ASMR experience of all time right now. She's just absolutely nuking you. And like even here, like why are we still fighting a cart, right? This fight's clearly lost. Reset. Yeah. And that's a lot of ult charge lost from your supports. Your BAP could have built up probably 25% of a window off of you. And you would have been able to reset faster instead of your team having to wait on you because you were the last person to die.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Here I definitely know that they have Grav, and I think this is one of those things where my thought process will change like entirely. Like I'm gonna basically be watching the Zarya, but
okay.
I don't think I eat the Grav.
Scalding hot take. You ready for this? Screw Grav. I don't care about Grav.
Really?
I don't care about Grav. I would rather you not dice roll on Grav and actually do your job elsewhere, because I know what eating Grav for you is going to be. In fact, I'm not going to say a single more word. I'm just going to let the team fight play out.
Okay.
I know exactly what you're going to do. If I'm wrong, I'm going to be so depressed.
Maybe they don't do this fight.
Okay, well, yeah, this fight was completely irrelevant. You actually played this one well, but this is actually, ironically, you're proving my point here. Like, Grav was a threat, but how did you win this team fight?
By killing the Hanzo.
Right, by going in the high ground. Now, again, I think your resource management here was honestly just really depressing. Like, let's go back and watch it again. I just see no reason for you to be entering at down 170 armor before the fight starts. Like, you matrix before you even go, when you could have literally just stepped behind the corner, and then you're like, okay, I'm going, but then you have no matrix, so then you stormbow, you only have, you've lost 200 armor almost before the fight actually starts. And then you get hit by a Junkrat, and look at this is what we hate to see. I'm actually gonna freeze frame this, and you'll have a little bit of delay here, but oh no. Okay, wait. This is a nightmare for me. Wait for it. Okay, right here. Okay, even like a half a second before this one. Do you see the freeze frame here? What is nightmarish about this freeze frame here?
Well, I don't have any armor. I don't have any cooldowns.
Well, that's not true. Look at your matrix.
I guess. Oh yeah. Okay.
That comparison is offensive. Do you see? You have 200 HP, and you had like 3/4 of your matrix.
Oh, okay.
That's offensive.
I see.
You should have been a third or a quarter or less of your matrix, and 500 HP, right?
Yeah. That
has to be better balanced, because your matrix charges back so very fast. Your HP, not so much. And especially on entering at 200 armor down, ugh. Gross. Yeah, this is, but okay, ignoring your resource management, this is exactly what I'm talking about, though. This is what the hero is good at, right? Right? This is exactly what the hero is good at. So congratulations, this is good. This is doing the right thing in a really, really poor way, I guess.
Yeah.
Good EMP. Wasted their rally. We love to see it. Mechanics definitely are not clean, so that's something to consider as well. More time should help with that.
Yep.
How often, like, what's your, like, you talked about your hero pool a little bit. It was a little bit expansive. How many
Yeah,
heroes?
I don't play.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I definitely don't play like Ryan as much anymore.
Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. Yeah. What is your Overwatch 2 hero pool been so far? Heroes that you play more than once per day?
Probably just D.Va and Zarya, to be honest.
That's excellent. Good to hear. There will be times potentially as the meta evolves where you might have to add something like a Sigma. But I think for now, that's probably perfectly fine. Love to hear it.
Okay.
If you keep doing that and you're playing as many games as you're telling me, your mechanics will improve.
Nice.
Love it. Alright. Uh-oh. You're so concerned about Grav. I want you, this is what we were scared of, right? Let's watch it. Look at your matrix and look at your HP.
Yeah, I was saving Matrix for Grav and I got demeched.
Yep. Yep.
And then they're probably going to Grav anyway.
Yep. The problem with eating Grav is if you cannot play in a position to where she cannot beam you, she has the capability to burn you down. And the problem is not just that she has the capability to burn you down. Zarya didn't even do that much damage to you. What did damage to you here? Let's watch this again. She did damage to you, but the Hanzo also chunked you a lot. I don't know if it's hard to see because you have your back turned, but Hanzo dumped Storm Arrow into you. Why is Hanzo allowed to dump Storm Arrow into you?
Because I'm saving my Matrix.
Because you're thinking about, right, you're not only are you not saving your Matrix, you're not even thinking about Hanzo right now. You're thinking only about Zarya, so then they're just like, okay, that completely opens every single DPS in there and can just be like, all right, I'm just going to dump all my shots into her, and then we win the fight through that. So I'm not saying don't eat Grav ever, but I would go as far to say that your priority here is not Grav. It is not Grav.
Okay.
I would prefer you to focus on doing your job here, controlling high ground, conserving your resource, pressuring their DPS, pressuring their off angles. And then if you see the opportunity where you've bullied that Hanzo off of high ground, right? You've won the duel, you can then turn around and look at that Zarya and maybe get a catch Matrix. You know what I'm saying? That has to be done. This sucks.
Yeah.
This sucks. And you're fixing to die for it as well. You lost your bomb. You've lost high ground. You've lost lamp. You've lost all of your HP. Now you're stuck on main. You're stuck in a bad position to where if we look at the enemy team, these guys should be dead, right? This guy could be dead. The Ana could be dead. You could be helping your Sombra out, but no, you're sitting here. Like, to be honest with you, if you are helping your BAP out by making it hard for the Zarya to get on top of him, but if you think about it this way, if I'm Moira BAP, I'm kind of hard to reach anyway. You know what I'm saying? Right. I'm not gonna. It's a lot easier for the Zarya to just burn you than it is for her to reach squish you. So this isn't. I respect what you're trying to do here, and there it is, right? There it is. Yeah. You can see it now. Like, she just focuses you down. You're like, I can't do this. I think the better decision would have been to fly to top rather than to fly away. That would have given you some opportunities. But the funny thing is all that effort. She gets the grab off anyway, and she's W. And look at your backline right now. She's on top of your backline now. All that effort, and she got on top of your backline anyway. That's rough. This is where your mentality as D.Va is that I can eat Grav, but the best thing I can do for my team is to not hard mark their Zarya 24/7. It's to make sure that their Hanzo, their Junkrat, and their support can't play the game. And yes, maybe that Zarya can run it down and solo grab my backline and maybe get a kill, but she's going to get zero support from her DPS and her supports while she does that.
I see.
You kind of see what I'm saying? You have to think about, what is my hero good at? Yes, I can eat Grav, but I cannot beat Zarya in a 1v1. It just doesn't work. I'm so much better served doing other things. he dies. Surely he dies. Surely. Surely. Oh, nice move. Nice. Okay, good work. Okay. Now, let's think about this. Do we like this?
It's a bit hard to say.
It's a bit
It
hard.
could go either. It could go either way. I think.
I think so too. I like that you're. What are the good things about this right now?
The good thing is that their focus is split between the soldier using his ult and me and the Sombra.
What's the only really negative thing about this that you'd say?
Well, our BAP can't see us, and then also it's like a 3v2 if all three of them look at me.
Yeah. So it's not great that your supports aren't in position to do this, but I'm still a fan of you doing this. I still think this is overall a net positive. Why?
Because we're making a play on their backline.
Yeah, you're making a play. The thing is that I would rather you be like, okay, it's only a 3v5 or a 4v5, but my Sombra's pushing in right now and my soldier's pushing in right now. I'm going to help the majority, right? I'm going to help the majority that wants to make a play. Because the risk here is that you're like, I don't want to go in, and then you just kind of stand here, and then your soldier gets nothing out of visor and maybe dies for it, or maybe your Sombra gets pushed out. Like, I think this is okay. I think this is okay. I just want to look at your resource management again here. You see how you took another shot on entry? Yeah, I think, again, remember, the reason why entry matrix is so good is not only because it's what recharges the fastest. Why else is it good? Let's actually pause. I'll pause at the frame where I want to talk. Right here. How much damage do you do to a Hanzo at this range?
Like numbers? I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. It's so small you have no idea, right? Yeah. You do nothing. He does something. So matrix now, and then when you're inside of him, and you have used all your matrix, and you do actually significant damage, you can be comfortable to shoot. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Whereas now you're in, and now you're matrixing, right? But you've already taken damage, and you could be lighting up this junk right now if you wanted to.
Okay.
So yeah, I just think your matrix management could be better here.
So in other words, I could have, I should have used my matrix to get into my effective range.
Yes, exactly. Okay. And then you shoot, and then you have matrix as your get out of jail free card to buy you time for your boosters. Again, look at your HP and look at your matrix. You see? Yeah. We hate this. Hate this. Pretty bad. It's frustrating, right? Especially considering this isn't like Zarya, Moira, Reap. Like this is snipers and Junkrat. You can eat all of this. Oh no! Oh no! So it's like a jump scare. I'm like, please, no! All right, you guys should be okay. All right, we'll watch some more. Do you have any questions so far?
No, this is pretty good.
What's standing out to you is the big things for you, because you also know your gameplay better than I do, right? You understand what probably is going to be hopping up and the most. What's standing out to you so far?
It seems like a lot of my issues are relating to some of the micro, like my cooldown management and my matrix use primarily. Like I generally have a good idea of where I need to be. But timing and just matrix management. Yeah,
I'd agree with that. Let's keep watching. On a scale of 1 to 10, how annoying is it to have to watch the Twitch stream with a 2-3 second delay?
Oh, I've actually just been. I went back to Discord.
Oh, has it been snowballing or has it been okay?
It's not too bad. It's a little blurry, and like if I need a finer detail, I have the Twitch.
I'm gonna make note of that to look up, because I've looked into it and I've just basically gotten the answer that Discord stream just sucks and you're just gonna have to deal with it. But I don't like that answer very much, so I'm gonna see if I can figure something else out. Okay.
Oh yeah, I think I make a funny play here.
What's the problem with this play? Fundamentally, it has nothing to do with even what you're doing necessarily, because again, it's a 1-for-1 trade, right? It's a 1-for-1 trade where you're theoretically favored to win the 1v1. Okay, maybe you beef your matrix again, and maybe the micro isn't super good. But what's the issue here?
There's pretty much no way I get that kill, and B, because they're right in front of spawn. But B, it's gonna be really hard for me to get out.
Okay. I'm gonna give you another issue as well. Ready for the magic button press?
Yeah.
And even worse, you see? And
Exposed sightlines, yeah.
Even worse. Well, not just that, but again, we asked the question that we were asking on early second. What can this hero do to help you?
Nothing.
What can this hero do to help you?
Pretty much nothing.
Right. It's not even just to help you. Can they capitalize off of the space that you're creating? And the answer is no. This person can a little bit, right? Maybe he lands a free helix because they're distracted, but it's tricky. And this person certainly can. But I don't even know if she's in at the same time. So yeah, this is it's not, again, the type of play, yes, probably not the best, but it's also, I don't know if your team can do anything with this, right? Like, you're buying your team like 3 seconds of time, but then again, now your supports are all healing you, healing you. But really what your support should be doing right now, your BAP specifically, should be going, I'm just going to shoot the enemy team, right? Shoot, because now they're out in the open. But I can't because my stupid diva is less than half HP, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even now, even you, like right now, this is when you would like to be like, for example, your Sombra is on the backline right now hacking. This is your cue to do something, but you can't because you're half HP. So,
yeah.
I mean, what you're doing is okay, but like even now you're like, ah, crap, I need to get healed. 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 This just feels horrible, right? It's like that constant dance. I would prefer for you, by the way, to get fully healed before you do this, because what's the issue here? I mean, obviously we know the issue, but like, look at your HP. Tell me what stands out to you about your HP.
Right. I mean, I don't have armor, so
That's
it's
it right there.
kind of likely I get 2-tapped by the cast if I peek.
It's better for you to get into armor threshold than it is for you to constantly jiggle peek outside of armor threshold, because then it's easier for your supports to keep you healed up when you're armor threshold. And debacked. So you have been really a non-factor this entire fight. Yes, you start off with a questionable play, but then you didn't respond to, oh shoot, that didn't work out, I need to like regen. Nope. I'm just gonna keep my BAP busy without actually doing anything impactful for about 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Your BAP wants to be shooting people. That's why we play BAP, and he couldn't shoot anybody. This fight's lost. Get up. I beg. You have 650 HP. No. Oh no. Run.
I think I get out though.
Surely. Better team kills you though. Fly to high ground next time. And get out sooner. Yeah. Sombra's dead. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, so just get out. Yeah, just nothing you do here is going to be impactful outside of just making it annoying for your supports. Holding high ground is fine. Just like making sure their Genji can't come up. Like this is fine here. But I don't want you peeking here, right? Just shoot him. Don't take damage, just shoot him. Don't let contest the space that you can control and chill.
Alright.
Like listen, you're actually getting bullied out by the Genji because of the amount of HP that you got chunked from below. Like, even if you break it down to like the nitty gritty like that there, you're still struggling, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a pick, you're up one, but right now you want to be doing something, right? But why can't you?
I can't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough. Even in Overwatch 2, this stuff matters. And like, you should be either full matrixing now or backline trading, diving backline, one or the other. And you can't really do either fully properly because you're down 230 yards. Nice. That dive is perfect. Ooh, he might die. Nice. Looks good. And again, okay, so here's even a little bit of micro here, okay? A little bit of micro, I say. If you want to kill this Zarya, what is the best way that you could be killing the Zarya?
Well, I could try and delete her supports.
You could. Well, her supports aren't really alive here. I guess the way I was looking at it is, were you body blocking for your soldier here?
Not really.
Okay, because I would say if you're really growing for the kill, the best thing you could do is literally just drop behind her and just mow her down, right? And just body block her escape, you know? So if you're going for the kill, standing in front of her still, and not only that, but that's better for you HP wise because she's gonna have to turn around to shoot you. So yeah, just something to consider. Nice. Looks good. Why were you shooting as Zarya? Man. It's funny how, like, a better situation all of a sudden makes Zarya very, very, very killable. Looking at your soldier, look at the status of her one bubble, look at the status of your Sombra hack, and she gets deleted. That was good. Alrighty. Your Sombra's just completely disrespecting their honesty turret. He just doesn't care. Okay, let's see what we got here. I feel like you're thinking about Graph here.
Yeah.
Okay. It's funny because the easiest way to make sure that your Grav is never eaten is to just summon the D.Va to stand directly in front of you, so that either you can force her Matrix out by burning her alive, or you can very easily see the Matrix, so you can very easily react to it. You're actually making it easier on the enemy Zarya. And once again, you know, your HP, right? Look at your positioning. Imagine how much better this dive would have been if we had a D.Va on the high ground. Look at this. Yeah, look at that. Bang, goodbye, sayonara.
Yeah.
Right? I really, really, really want you to work at that. And the reason why I'm putting a lot of emphasis on this, the impression that I've been getting is that you're going to be seeing a lot of Zarya in ranked, most likely. So
Definitely.
do not give her value by staying in front of her. Play everywhere but where what she is, or at least very least above her, or an angle from where you can still see her, but still do your job.
For sure.
Like every time you flash Matrix directly in front of her, that's another cue, right? Hey, I don't have Matrix, I just used it. Right. Oh, this feels so bad. This feels so bad. And you still don't need it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not you. I'm telling you, it's not you. Don't take this as an assault on or offense to your like skill as a D.Va. It is not at all anything like I just didn't react fast enough. No, it's not. You can't react. You can't because there's so much visual clutter. Like look at this. Look at this visual clutter going on right now. Like look at all the crap going your way right now, right? And the fact that she can easily see your Matrix because it's directly in front of her, and because look at your HP, right? So you're panicking about your HP. Like it's impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah.
So don't feel bad.
If I had taken, you know, a position like inside that courtyard kind of thing on the right side, well, I guess that's
here, yeah,
would that have been maybe more likely to eat it, or at least take less damage?
Sure, would have been better. I mean, it would have been better. I mean, you would have had a better position on the squishies. You could have been sneakier, yeah. You would have at least split their attention, right? You would have made it so that they have to look in two different directions at once. Maybe she doesn't see you. Maybe she doesn't check you. It's also harder for her to turn and beam you. And then, oh, I really want to grab the squishies, right? So like, let's actually wait for the setup to happen. Now, okay, right now, right? Can she look at you and look at your backline to grab them at the same time?
No.
So will she have full information on the status of your Matrix?
Probably not.
Probably not, right? Is it good to be here? I don't know. I kind of like high ground better, but this is inarguably better than where you would have been.
Sure.
Maybe bomb here? Maybe not. Okay. Dropping bomb there wouldn't have been bad. It would have made it really awkward for them to follow up with lamp, but I understand why you don't want to. Second life is too good. Ha, rat. We hate people like you, just FYI. Okay. And then now we're back to good D.Va positioning.
Yeah. After all that.
All that, the fight you actually lose, you contribute nothing, and you're like, all right, back to actually playing the hero properly. Oh, I love it. That's great. It's just not very intuitive because, again, this is why I have such a bone to pick with like guide videos and the diva tips, and because people, they put such emphasis on the details, that people end up doing things because they want to eat a grav, when eating grav is like the least, it's like the 25th most important thing that you could be doing on any single team fight. Like, unironically, it might be more important for you to eat nade and sleep than it is to eat grav half these fights. And it's just so important to understand how you actually do it as well. Like, Divas in Overwatch League never, ever, ever ate grab by standing in front of Zarya. It just doesn't happen. Alright. Mechanics EXE just kind of died there. It's okay. Even this, by the way, you're doing the right thing here, contesting this here. But then immediately afterwards you dive, so that's great. But then who should you be looking for in these dives? I mean, the Lucio is hacked, but like, what's the only what is the priority for you in these kind of situations?
I mean, support, probably the Ana. To be honest. Yeah,
probably the Ana. Now, I don't think you're making a mistake here. To be very clear, I think this is the right thing for you to be doing. He's hacked. He's got beat. You need to kill him. This is just like a good thing to know of. It's like the risk of the person you pressure oftentimes as diva is not just the person that's easiest for you to kill. The person that's easiest for you to kill is oftentimes also the scariest person for you as well. Like, if there's a Zenyatta, if you don't kill that Zenyatta, he's gonna discord you and you're gonna die. If there's a Hanzo, he's gonna stormbow you and you're gonna die. If there's a Widowmaker, 2 body shots or 2 headshots and you're in serious trouble, right? Same thing with the Zana, right? So oftentimes that's just something to consider. This is, again, the right play, I think. But yeah, just something to be aware of. Okay, let's watch a little more. Uh-oh. What's the issue here? Is this position theoretically bad?
No, but our Sombra's dead.
Your Sombra's dead, and right, context, right? Your soldier's still in spawn even, right? So you might even win that, but you got to be careful. Moira's dead. So he's trying to bait your Matrix out. That's good. Oh, we got hacked. You're out. Outside of your timing there, I think what you're doing here is fine. I mean, you probably know that as well. I felt like your impact there was very high. That's just one of those fights, right?
Yep.
Will you be able to touch? Surely. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. Nice work. I'm scared for what I'm about to witness.
I don't remember how we lose this either.
I'm more scared of this.
Yeah, here it goes.
There's literally a Genji inside of your backline. Like, literally right behind you.
Oh man.
It's just so it's just so hard to know what's going on when you're here, And look, she's just W keying your backline. Your presence meant nothing. Your presence meant nothing. Big bomb. Massive. Oh, that's unlucky. Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that happened. Okay. Let's stop here. I want to talk before we finish. I'm going to repeat the same question that we asked at halftime. What stands out to you?
Tunnel vision.
What does that mean?
Me do thinking about something that's not actually significant to a team fight that was preventing me from doing things that could have been significant to a team fight.
Okay.
Matrix use. And then timing, making sure that, my team can follow up with whatever I'm doing.
So you've got a lot, right? So then how are you going to implement this stuff?
I think especially with the Zarya matchup, I think I know a lot more now of like what I can do. Just, keep an angle away from her. Obviously, high ground is better, but I can do more for my team, by actively pressuring like a DPS or a support than I can by, just trying to like shoot at Zarya for no reason and getting burned down, even when she has graph.
So you have a lot of like little things to work on. The Zarya matchup, the timing matchup, and then your Matrix management early in these dives or engages. So the risk for you, to be frank, is that, and this is something we always bring up when we talk about a lot of things, is that there's going to be simply just too much for you to worry about at once.
Right.
So if they're on Zarya, I think that little thing that we talked about will be helpful. But if they're not on Zarya, what's kind of a priority for you, do you think? Like, between the stuff that we've talked about, what stands out the most?
Probably my matrix management.
Okay. And specifically, what with your matrix management?
Making sure that I don't use it too early, and that I can just use my matrix to get into the my effective range for doing damage.
Sure. Just I want you to juggle your HP and matrix beautifully, and that right there, and basically that right there is what you can VOD review. So you were talking about how you're not sure about how to VOD review or what to VOD review. That's it right there. That's it right there. You're going to go into your games afterwards, and then you're going to be in queue or whatever, and then you're going to take a couple minutes, you're going to look back at the thing, and you're going to be like, okay, on some of my dives, how did my HP/matrix management look? Was I diving with full HP? Could I have gotten healed? Could I have matrix better on the entry? Did I let go of my matrix too soon? Those are the things that you can review. And that's kind of like how you're going to be able to give yourself some feedback, because you actually know exactly what to look for, right? I agree that I felt like you had a good idea of how to position, but then you were not getting to those or using those positions very well. And that had a lot to do with how you were matrixing and how you were timing things. And those are both things that you can review. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
No, I think I'm all set.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I want you to keep in touch. Let me know how these things are going. And then if you do have any questions, do not hesitate to DM me. Sound good?
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Cheers, mate. Have a good rest of your week, and I will chat with you later.
All right. You as well.
See you, mate. Well, that was Smearkle. I didn't even attempt to pronounce the name during the review, but interesting. Like, I think, like, the most interesting thing for me was definitely the impact of what, like, thinking about, like, what the biggest impact is from having that much more HP and having that much more matrix. And I definitely think that, especially in Overwatch 2, being more proactive and more aggressive is probably likely going to be the play. Kind of not necessarily main tanking in terms of setting up engages or initiations sometimes, but definitely aggressively holding and aggressively pressuring space on the enemy team, trying to prevent them from ever getting to a position to go to your backlane, because I just think you're so much better of a duelist than you are. So much better. The 3-second matrix is just unbelievable. So it's important to remember. Let's catch up in chat. Chat, I'm so sorry. If you do ask to have questions or things, I recommend that you try and save them to the end of the review, because during the in-depth reviews, the good thing and the bad thing about them is that I'm not able to check with chat, and the good thing is that I'm able to fully focus on the coachee. But that does mean I don't get the opportunity to answer some really good questions or to chat with y'all. So, good to see everybody. Why is Overwatch so freaking hard? I mean, it is really, really hard. Here's a fun story. Okay. What is it called? Dutch Blitz? Oh, he's not here. My brother was here a second ago. We play a game called Dutch Blitz or Nerds. And it's like this super dynamic, like multiple things going on at the same time, tracking multiple different factors. And I actually got better at playing that game by playing Overwatch, because it is so many things going on at the same time that it works some skill set in your brain, y'all. And that is what makes Overwatch crazy. And that's why positioning yourself is so important, because oftentimes it's the position that allows you to get more information so that you can make better decisions. Where if you're in the middle of the battle, poorly positioned, things get chaotic, more chaotic than they already are, really, really fast. Okay, my YouTube uploads have been insanely. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm honestly feeling awful. I've been doing so much editing, and like I enjoy editing to an extent, but it's been like, it's just been rough, y'all. It's been rough. So I'm glad that they're being appreciated, though. Hey, fellow, curious about that, dude. I've got a cat hair in my nose. It's been bothering me for ages. I apologize, y'all. I'm fixing to blow my nose on stream, and I just cannot be bothered. I'm curious on your thoughts about Winston dive comps. As my team is so well coordinated them. Is Winston viable even at a high level? Yes, Winston is very viable. Winston's actually a pretty decent tank. Winston is a decent tank. He got flat buffs with his barrier HP. He got flat buffs with his right click. Gives you a lot more utility. I think Winston is good. First live stream. Hey, Ricky Ticky Russ. That's a pretty cute name. Love it. I remember watching that. Was it Chuck Jones who did the Ricky Ticky Tabby cartoon? I don't remember. The mongoose. My form isn't accurate anymore. Okay, no worries. We'll chat in voice about it. You can fill me in on what is not accurate about your. I'll be right with you, Anti-Prime. How do we deal with an oppressive Genji? So a lot of it is going to depend on the hero that you're playing, right? So every hero has different tools to deal with the Genji. Those aren't always super intuitive, which is why I try and make content or coach to help people with that. But the other thing is that, like, whenever there's somebody oppressive, the biggest thing is to just be aware of that person. And it sounds very much like a forehead, obviously, kind of a thing. But for example, when I first got to GM, I played against oppressive Doomfists. And the way Doomfists worked in Overwatch 1 at the GM level is if they landed an ability on you as a Zenyatta, you were dead. Didn't matter if they got to you, punched in, and then uppercutted, you were dead. If they slammed you, you were dead. If they punched you, well, obviously you were dead. So for me, it was, I had to know where he was and anticipate him coming in at all times. No surprises. That also applies with Sombra right now. A good Sombra right now, she hacks you. If you don't expect her to do that, you will die. If you do not know where the Genji is and you do not expect him to dash on top of you, you're going to die. So I think a lot of it is going to be about where is that Genji, what are the status of his cooldowns, and then knowing what you can do about that. For example, if I'm like an Ana, okay, the Genji's dead, or the Genji's super far away, I can use my nade aggressively. The Genji's close to me, he's looking for a dive. I'm going to sit on that nade. I'm going to wait for him to dash. I hear it comes, there it comes. I'm just waiting. I'm just, come on, hit me, right? And then you have that nade immediately available. And every hero is going to have different cooldowns or different abilities that could deal with Genji. But as soon as you turn off your brain, that's why, like, in lower ranks, sometimes when the DPS is like in flow state, it just feels so oppressive because you just, lower ranks often tunnel vision. They don't have that awareness that comes as you improve at the game. And so everything is a surprise, right? And when things are a surprise, you are no longer reacting to something that you were anticipating. You're reacting to something brand new, which means you're always going to be slower, sluggish, and then you have to think about, like, wait, there's a Genji on me. What do I do? I'll panic, right? And that's a death sentence. That's just a death sentence. Are you the editor? I am the editing. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not a big enough YouTuber. I have to edit my own stuff. So, okay, chat, you want to hear something awful? Okay. You thought listening to me once was bad. On my coaching streams, I have to listen to my entire stream all over again. I have to download the stupid Twitch stream, and then I compress it. I make it like 1.75 speed or whatever, and I have to listen to it all over again. Just to find, and then I have to edit. Oh, it's just awful, man. It's horrible. Do you have any general tip to get more onto the flex? I generally just use it when my HP gets low. So I'm actually, okay, here's the juice, okay? You guys see my follow notification? What the heck is going on behind me? I'm working on a Genji guide as we speak. I don't know what was happening behind me. I'm working on a Genji guide as we speak. I'm hoping it will be out tomorrow. The plan is tomorrow. So that will help you with your deflect usage. I talk a lot about each ability, the playstyle, things like that. Yeah. He was mirroring my actions? That's freaky, man. Opinion on Genji's thighs. Well, he has succulent cheeks. Overwatch is all on the cheek train. Okay, we're gonna get started. We have a review here. Ready? Twerp cheeks better. Okay, well, sure. I mean, I have no opinion. I generally don't study the Overwatch cheek train, so I will leave that to you. Okay, let's get ready to roll. Hello. How's it going?
Oh wait, I better mute the stream. Okay, there.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Let me get your thing pulled up here. So, do you have a replay code for me so I can, as I'm pulling it up, that would be great. Yeah.
So the form, it's not really that accurate anymore. I kind of submitted that because Well, it was before Overwatch 2 came out, but since playing Overwatch 2, I've kind of changed the hero I've been playing.
So we're gonna do things the efficient way and just exhaustively, slowly, one at a time, go down the list of the things, and you're gonna give me the updated, new and improved Anti-Prime 2.0 detail. Right. Okay, let's get this pulled. Okay, do you still stack with your friends?
Yes, I play with my friend that's the damage the Ashe the most. We're playing D.Va Ashe, and then I do also play with the Brigitte main. We basically just stick to the D.Va Ashe Brig, but the replay only has me and the Ashe in it.
Okay. And what, you're playing D.Va in this map too?
Yes.
Oh, we're blessed with double D.Va. Okay.
Yeah.
Why is there Shanks, Brigitte, and Mommy on the enemy team here? This is unfortunate. Okay, so this will be easy. What rank are you currently?
So right now in Overwatch 2, I'm Plat 4. In Overwatch 1, I was Diamond on Sigma, but I never played D.Va in Overwatch 1, so I thought it'd be a good opportunity to learn a tank.
This is just delightful. You're making it so easy for me. I don't have to do a thing on my UI or Twitch commands. Perfect. So we're gonna leave it at Plat D.Va for now. Okay, so I'm skimming through here. You have some things to say about your Brig player. Is that a topic we're able to discuss, or will I have to use better discretion?
I mean, you can discuss it. There's just so the Brig and the Ashe on my team are brothers. They live in the same house, so there's just sometimes disagree, about who's misplaying or all that stuff. So.
Okay. And so you're always duo and trioing with them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Why? Do you enjoy playing with him? Is it just an agreement that you guys had in blood a year ago, or what's the deal?
Well, they're my friends. We hang out all the time, and I love playing as a team. I like the team aspects of Overwatch, all the macro, like just all that kind of thing the most about Overwatch, and I want to rank up as a team. I just enjoy playing with them too. Okay.
So you enjoy playing with them, the teamwork aspect, working together, communicating together.
Yes.
Okay. And have they climbed, or how do they generally play the game? They just play the same kind of times you do, or you play as a group? So it's important I understand this.
Yeah, we play as a group pretty much every day. So far in Overwatch 2, it's only been a week, but I've played more with the Ashe than the Brig. Although in Overwatch 1, I always would play with the Brig. And yeah, so far the Brig's Plat 4 and the Ashe is placed down in silver and is still there right now.
Okay.
But they were high gold at the end of Overwatch 1.
Gotcha. So to be frank with you, we're now reached a point in time where I'm going to have some red flags. So I'm looking at your hero pool. In your old form, you said Winston, Sigma, Zarya, Ryan from most to least. But now you've sent in a D.Va VOD. Why?
Because I always would play Sigma or Zarya in Overwatch 1 because it would win and I wanted to get Diamond, but I didn't really find Sigma that fun, to be honest. I always wanted to play Winston and D.Va more. I found them way more enjoyable, but since I never played them, I wasn't as good, and I was like, I don't want to lose. I don't want to go through the process of learning. I guess I was just being a baby, so kept playing Sigma, Ryan. But now I was like, all right, it's a new game. I should learn the hero I actually want to play.
Good.
And I should fix my bad habits before they start. So that's why I'm coming to you. I love your YouTube videos.
Okay, so. Thank you. So you said, what about Reinhardt? Where does Reinhardt fall on that enjoyment spectrum?
Overwatch 1, I liked him. I just whip him out on King's Row and Oasis University random stuff. I don't know. I like swinging on things, but I don't like his mobility. I like how D.Va, I like the game sense heroes a lot. Yes, Ryan is one of those, but I like how D.Va can just move around, choose positions, choose to pressure different areas, matrix. There's just, I like how dynamic she is.
Okay. What about Zarya?
Zarya? I don't know. She just feels like a DPS. You just kind of bubble. I like the game sense where you can decide in Overwatch 2 to use bubbles on yourself or your teammates, and you kind of have to keep up the tempo with your charge and keep pressuring. I don't know. I don't know if I'd say she's one of my favorites, but she's fun to play every now and then. And I'd usually just play her in Overwatch 1 when we got a Ryan on our team or something like that.
Okay. So I'm going to propose something to you. You're locked in an alternate universe, and there's no rank, excuse me. There's only quick play. Okay. What 3 heroes will you be locking on the tank role over and over and over again, now that there's no SR?
I would play D.Va, Winston, and out of the new tanks, I like Junker Queen. I'm not gonna lie, I just think she's not very good right now, but I love playing her.
Okay. So maybe experiment with that 3rd slot. So, I mean, you know what I'm gonna say, so I don't have to say it.
Yeah.
Okay. Good work though on the D.Va pickup. I'm glad to see that you've finally grown up and now you're in pull-ups. No more diapers. Let's continue that trend. Winston, D.Va, potentially whatever else. Okay. Let's keep going here. So you feel like your mental is very good. You're willing to admit any mistakes. Don't get tilted after losses. That's awesome. You want to improve your understanding, but also need to work on mechanics. How do you know that you need to work on your understanding?
Well, I hear a lot of people say that, like, people in lower ranks are always grinding their aim and mechanics, but I hear them say, well, you can get to masters without, like, cracked aim if you're, if you have the right game sense. I mean, I'll let you be the judge of if that's true, but that's just what I've heard. And I feel like in Overwatch 2 as D.Va, I'm a little lost. I watched all your Overwatch 1 D.Va videos, but I'm confused on how she translates to Overwatch 2. I did watch the whole last VOD you did, so that answered a lot of questions for me.
Good. Okay. Well, the tricky thing as well is that, to be frank, I mean, did you watch any of my Genji disaster last week?
Yes, that was really funny.
Okay. I know Genji almost as well, if not more so, than any other DPS in the cast.
Okay.
Coaching-wise. Yet I am currently, just recently, plays Plat 5. Okay?
All right.
And I can promise you, as you saw, that a lot of my mistakes were not strictly mechanical, right? So you can have the greatest understanding in the world, but then actually applying that understanding in the heat of battle is a totally different thing.
That applies to me so much. I feel like I've just learned so much. Like I'm like, I have a whole encyclopedia of things I've learned, but in the game, I'm like panicking or confused or at points.
I made a video on this, subtle plug. The danger of over-education, the problem of educational
that's
content.
Probably me.
Yeah. And that's it right there. You watch so much, you study so much, you've seen all my VODs. I'm flattered. I'm thousands and thousands of dollars richer, thank to you. But being able to apply is a different thing. So there has to be a balance between processing and building in new information, and then actually applying it. And it just takes a lot of grind for it to stick, right? So what we'll do is we'll answer questions, but the most important thing for us is to be able to give you something that you need to go practice over and over and over and over again. I promise you that my goal is to make you feel like, okay, I feel like I've got it. I feel like I understand it after the end of this review. But something's going to happen when you finish this review. At some point, either today, tomorrow, the day after, you're going to have a game where you hit a roadblock. You're like, this sucks. This sucks. Stupid, right? And you're just going to have to be able to work through those. Like, you're just going to have to be able to work through that. Like, coaching alone is not going to be able to translate. It's just going to be able to apply it over and over again. Okay, so I'm going to talk about one more really important thing unique to your situation. And sadly, it's bad news. Okay?
All right.
Your goals seem reasonable short-term. Diamond, Masters, Winston main. Long-term, get our 3-stack up to a 5-stack and play scrims / hit GM. Okay, playing scrims with friends or as a team once you hit Diamond or Masters, totally fine. That's very reasonable, especially as Overwatch 2 kind of gets rolling. You're going to have more and more opportunities and teams, different Discords you'll be able to join to be able to do that. It's going to be awesome.
Okay.
The bad news is that it is an actively is an inarguably negative thing to tie your improvement to a social connection. Let me try to give you, and I speak from experience here. So I play flag football, and I play flag football competitively. I've recently started traveling on to different tournaments, like Charlotte, different things like that. Okay, so basically, I started playing flag football with my family as kids. Like, we played it all the time, different seasons, different like city leagues, whatever. Well, I moved here and I joined the first flag football league. It was like co-ed with my sister, who I grew up playing flag football with. Well, my sister, I love her to death, but she she's been a little bit out of practice with flag football, and while she's good, she's not as serious about it as I am. So what ended up happening is I got recruited to play for the best team in like the 30-40 mile radius, right?
Yeah.
And she didn't. And so what happened was a little bit of tension where she really wanted to play with me, but that meant that I was gonna, but basically you can kind of see where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I see.
So I'm not saying that family, friends don't matter. All that matters is the game. I completely disagree. I say the opposite is true.
Yeah, of course.
But what I will say unquestionably is when you are playing with your friends, you cannot expect them to play with the same intensity and serious improvement mindset that you have. It will not happen. Maybe your Ash has a better improvement mindset than you do. I don't know. Maybe in 6 months, your Ash player will be GM and you won't.
All right.
But my expectation is probably that you're going to be taking things a little bit more seriously and a little bit better, more positive improvement mindset than they will. And so you're going to, at some point, it's going to be dead weight. You're going to be boosting your friends.
I'd say the Ash is at least open-minded and willing to learn. He's watching the stream.
Okay.
And he wants to get coaching from you as well.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. But the thing is like they can.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
He can have a good mindset about it, but still not care enough to improve, and that's not a bad thing. Some people don't want to play the game hardcore, get coaching, improve, grind. They're not willing to do what it takes to get to the highest level, right? And that's fine, right? Sometimes doing that is a negative thing. I've known people who've been really hard gung-ho, and that was probably not the best thing for them. So the problem is then when you get into a competitive game mode and then are grinding it over and over and over again with people that have different goals. That's going to be a problem. It's not bad to play with your friends, but when you're playing with your friends, you're playing for fun, or you're playing just to practice some things that you learned out in the coaching, but you are not playing to climb. Do you understand what I'm saying? You are not playing to climb. So you need to find a balance here. I don't know if that's you. I honestly don't know anymore. I would have recommended getting an alt, but that's no longer a thing anymore. Is that even a thing in Overwatch 2 anymore?
So for all the Overwatch 1 accounts, they removed the SMS Protect, and I have an alt account.
Okay.
For Overwatch 1. So
maybe that's the play. You grind ranked with them. You know that you're going to have to hard carry or but if you're looking to really improve your SR, like let's put it this way: if you grind and you get better and get better and get better and get better and get better, and you're consistently play with them, and they don't necessarily get better at the same rate, what's going to happen is your SR is going to be like a solid 200, 300 lower than it actually is. And that's going to start giving you negative feedback, and that might be a hindrance to you long term.
Okay.
You kind of see what I'm saying? You will have to, at some point, if you do improve, you will have to boost them if they don't improve at the same rate you do. Because you're going to have to play at a higher level than you should to win a game because you're just significantly better than they are. So I know this is awkward and tricky, and I don't have a lot of easy solutions for you. But if you're coming to me and you're paying however $30, $35 to get coaching, I have to tell you. I have to be honest with you. So something to consider, something to think about. There's a lot of different solutions there. But this is also why players, even at the contenders level and OD, they do a lot of team hopping, right? You notice that? I don't know how much you know about the semi-pro. There's a lot of team hopping.
I watch it all.
Right. It's not always good to team hop, but when players that are really, really serious about getting to Overwatch League versus players that just play ranked for fun or 4.4, they don't, it can only last so long. It can only last so long.
I see.
Okay. I would say that we even had that issue with London Spitfire last season, towards the end of the season. Some players were checked out and were ready for the season to end because it was a horrible season. Some players were grinding their teeth and forcing themselves to continue to give full effort, and that led to a lot of resentment as the season went on. And I would really hate for that to be not only a hindrance for you to improve, but I would hate for that to damage a friendship because you start to get frustrated with your, people who are not putting at the same level of effort as you are. Again, nothing wrong with playing them with fun, as long as that's the goal. But as soon as it starts to be, I'm playing to win, I'm playing to improve, I'm playing to apply the stuff, then that can start to become a little bit of a hindrance. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry that had to be like such a long rant, but that's really important for your situation because it's such a huge part of how you play. Okay. Do you have any other questions?
So do you think well, I was gonna ask about the kind of core ideas we should focus on as Diva Ash, but I mean, I'm wondering, so do you think solutions like playing some solo, playing together, or is it just to keep in mind that it's just fun to play together, but you can hold both or one of us back?
I would keep in mind. I would keep that in mind, and then I would not rush to any decision.
Okay.
I would keep it in mind and see how it goes over the course of the next couple of weeks. And then there are different options. There's alt account, there's we play quick play, or there's I don't mind having ankle weights on for a little while. You know, you're just gonna. I'm not you, so I don't know the full situation. I can just give you that you're gonna need to keep an eye on the situation.
Okay.
What I'm gonna tell you is I'm not going to give you advice on how to better synergize with an Ashe or with a Brig. What I'm going to tell you is to make you a better Diva player that will help regardless of whether you're playing with an Ashe or not.
All right.
Okay. When you watched the last VOD review, was there anything that stood out to you as like, oh, I didn't know that, or oh, that's important for me, or oh, I think I need to work on that?
Yeah, so I was watching your Overwatch 1 Diva videos where you're like taking a high ground off angle, you pressure the backline that is peeling for your team because you're taking the attention away. And
is it the Volskaya one?
Yeah, that one. In Overwatch 2, I was a little confused. I'm like, do I still do it? There's no main tank to protect my backline. But after watching that first VOD you did, I was like, okay, well, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's like, he was on the high ground. They all focus on him. It doesn't matter that there's no Ryan because they're going to be fine and pressure with me.
Yep. Ryan's shield was never like the best use of Ryan's shield was never for his backline. It was always for himself. Yeah. And then finding ways of creating space so that baits attention. And obviously you're playing a hero that has Matrix that can and often will and should be used to peel your backline. Like I look at the enemy comp right now and I see Genji Sombra and I'm thinking, okay, if that dashes my backline, I might prefer my Diva's Matrix on my backline rather than my Diva diving their backline, right? But that doesn't mean that you can't sometimes do both, right? You can position in a position where you're clearing out their DPS, you're marking their DPS, you're aggressively pushing them out, and then when you need to, you can peel back and matrix your backline.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also have been a little confused about sometimes I'm like, do I counter dive who's diving us, or do I go dive their backline while they're not there?
Let's think about it. What is your kit best used for? Okay, so you're playing Winston. What is Winston best used for? What is his kit best used for?
He'd be best used for getting on a group of squishies in their backline. His bubble can take away a lot of pressure. He pressures them all and draws the attention.
Yes. Counter dive is probably going to be your best option. Bubble is useful, but it's less useful than probably counter diving and trading squishies. Yeah, 100% agreed. Exceptions, but usually. What about Diva?
Diva's Matrix is a really good peel tool. I mean, I feel like she can do pressure in the backline, not as effectively as Winston, but she's better at Winston at peeling.
Okay. So it's a little bit of both, right? So you're definitely more peeling, but it's not necessarily to where like it's not like a Zarya necessarily where like a double bubble in your backline and that they're just toast, right? That's completely shut down the dive. It is a little bit more dynamic, and this is something you're gonna have to get used to with Overwatch 2, where there is not always a very clear this is exactly what the identity of the class is, because that's the entire design philosophy, right? There are no I go Brig, I'm impossible to kill on my backline now. It is I go Brig, but I'm still killable, but I'm also pretty good at helping people play aggressively. So it's like, it's the same thing with Diva, right? Diva can dive, Diva can also peel. I was playing Orisa the other day, and something that stood out to me with Orisa was how I could very easily peel with my like spinneroni thing. And if I hit my javelin on like a dive tank, that like as they were engaging, that really screwed up their dive.
Yeah.
But I also could just press my E, spin into the middle of the enemy backline, and then fortify and kill literally any squishy that I wanted. And so what I had to do is I had to decide in each situation what was more important. Okay, I didn't get the initial harpoon on their dive tank, so now I think it's probably better for me to to trade backlines, right? And for you, I might look at this and be like, okay, I'm in a great position. They're on a just use sleep and nade. I'm going to go kill their backline. Or they have Nanoblade. I can't do anything about that, so I'm going to go trade backline. Or I'm in a perfect position. Their Sombra has EMP. I can clear her out instantly because I have my micro missiles. Like, it's going to just depend. And this is where you have to be so attentive to the situation and not create hard rules for yourself. There's fewer hard counters in Overwatch, but there's also fewer direct black and white play styles in Overwatch. That's what you have to remember. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get started. I look at this composition. By the way, is the volume okay for you?
Yeah.
Okay, I look at this composition and I think probably going to be spending more time peeling than the previous VOD I just did. But also there will be times where peeling is not going to be realistic to happen. For example, what just happened to your Ashe?
Got killed by Genji, or oh wait, that's later. Sombra died. Yeah.
Could you have helped this realistically?
I'd say no. I mean, maybe if I was like playing way far back, but I would think that that's not what I'm supposed to do.
Exactly. Imagine sitting inside of your backline. How much space would your team get? Would you ever progress the payload ever?
No.
So you have to find the balance. I want you to react and anticipate these things as best as you can. But ultimately, I look at this particular one anyway, and I go, oh, okay. Your Ashe like reacted at like Neanderthal levels of like, so it was like ridiculously slow to react, as were your supports, but you can't do anything about that. So don't sweat it. You see the space you just created there? You see the Orisa went from here to here? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I was trying to
I like
get
it.
a high ground off angle.
I like it. Now, what about this one? Did you just hear that?
Was it? I'm not sure I heard it.
Let's
a little glitchy.
It is a little glitchy. Okay, so just listen carefully. Right now.
Sombra hack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can react to that.
You can react to this one. This one is very. The reason why you should react to this one is, well, why? Look at the battlefield.
Because she's alone right there, my supports are kind of exposed, and it's really close to me. I can get to it
exactly.
Easily.
Exactly. What else can you be doing right now besides clearing out Sombra?
I could go on there, maybe Ana, who's really close to me, while
Would that work?
There. No, she's too far back. Okay.
You'd probably die for it, right? You'd dive in before some cooldowns. You'd probably die for it. Yeah. So this is what we're talking about, right? Where okay, the enemy team is backed up. Your Ashe is in spawn. Your team is kind of patiently pushing payload. So there's really nothing else for you to do but peel, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. And the problem here is not your reaction speed. The problem is what? This one's a tricky question. I want you to think about it.
Let me think about this.
Their Sombra is out. You have cleared space. What is their Sombra going to do again?
She's going to reset and go back onto our Ana.
Exactly. And what did she do?
She did it.
She did it.
Okay, so I should be more anticipating it, basically.
The thing about Overwatch 2 is there's one fewer thing that you have to worry about. So that means that it is more important that the things that you have to worry about, that you're attentive to those things. I look at the enemy composition and I'm thinking, you could dive backline, on a nade / on a sleeper important, and maybe Sombra, well, definitely Sombra, right? That's pretty much it. Orisa is like whatever. Genji, like being like, just be aware of pressure on my backline and on a cooldowns. And I don't think you don't need to worry about Orisa shots. There's no main tank to boop or anything else. That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah.
So there's really no excuse at this point in time for you to not be able to react to these things faster. And it is not a question of reacting speed. It is a question of anticipating, right?
Okay.
Okay, this is good. I mean, theoretically, this should be good because what should be happening to this Genji right now from your team?
He should be getting pressured more, and he has to like use reflect and get out.
Yeah, exactly.
Too much.
Exactly. You guys should be able to clear him out. Genji, Moira, Ana. Your Ashe is just now coming, which is part of the reason why it's taking so long. But yeah, you're playing a good corner here. This seems okay. And what does this Genji really want to do?
He would like I mean, I'd assume he'd want to get safely with his cooldowns onto maybe our Moira, or if she doesn't have fade, or just stay up there and keep pressuring from up there.
Yeah. So what does you being here stop him from doing?
Stops him from just sitting up there and pressuring for free.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't feel good, but as long as you're doing it while your team is doing something elsewhere, this is valuable attention that you're getting here. This is worth it. Okay. And the thing is, with the new D.Va too, it actually takes forever to get rid of you from these positions. It's not even necessarily a good trade for him. This kind of sucks for him, right? He would prefer to be going like on and on, or on a Genji, or paying attention. Okay, this is cheeky. I love this. Okay, to be clear, I'm not 100% sure if this is the best play, but I love the stress testing here. I have so much respect for this. Okay, what is good about this? Let's consider the good before we bring it back down to earth.
Well, my goal with this was to like get their team to entirely turn around so that my damages, who are like getting back, can just pressure them while
are you on a good time?
Is it a good time? I figured it would be, but
I think so.
Our on is getting hacked, so that's a problem.
That's a problem, yeah. But look at your Genji, right? Look at their Orisa. Look at your Moira. I think this is an actual engagement happening, right? So I don't know. Like this is where it's like I think you are doing the play correctly. I just don't know if it's the best play. So let's just play it out a little bit. Let's just play it out a little bit. I will say that going for shooting the Genji there was really stupid. But you know, I don't know. Like I look at this and I'm like, okay, I'm not to be frank with you, I'm not too sure. Because something I was talking about with the previous D.Va, I'm not sure if you saw, is with this amount of HP, maybe playing more aggressively is something that's more along the spectrum, right? Like this is something that's better, right? So my problem here,
right here, I meant to cancel boosters before I fell off. So
let's just pretend that you did that then. Okay, so like I wonder if you're here, like, do you see the trade that you're getting here? It's you and Genji forcing the attention of how many people?
4, maybe even. I mean, yeah, 4, not the Sombra.
Just four, initially 3, and then it turned into 4 as Genji got cleared out. So I want to know, how did this look like over here? I want to see how this looked like. Okay, she gets hacked. Moira turns around, but do you see how look at the Orisa? Look at the Orisa. Do you see what she just does? She just 180s out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see this? And your team is able to peel this off because who are they dueling right now?
Me and Genji as well.
Right, and then who's your backline dueling?
One Sombra.
Yeah, so they're probably safe.
Oh, and they're Genji.
And they're Genji, and look at this. These guys are killable too. That Sombra almost dies. The Genji almost dies. And look at your HP.
It's pretty full.
Pretty darn full, you know. And this is after shooting the stupid Genji when you should have been shooting the Ana too. So you didn't even play this engagement well. But this still looks okay. I don't know. I don't know. This I do know, right? Like, obviously, you messed up your boosters. You're positioned really, really horribly. But I don't have a big enough ego to tell you for sure that you should have been peeling backline there. Because again, like, look at who actually dies first, right? Is it your backline? No. Look at who dies first. You see?
Oh, our engager or Genji.
It's your Genji. It had nothing to do with, oh, I wasn't there to peel, actually. It had actually nothing to do with it. If anything, it was, oh, I wasn't focusing the right targets. I was shooting an Orisa when I could have been shooting a Squishy. You see what I'm saying? So, something to keep an eye on. Every player is unique. I really like what you did there, though. I'm not sure if it's best, but it is certainly something that you can stress test. It's certainly something you can stress test. I think you could even look at this as like, okay, I have a Moira on a backline. Theoretically, I shouldn't just instantly die to a Sombra. Maybe if you're playing Zenyatta Mercy, maybe I have a different line of thought for you. You kind of see what I'm saying? But I see your backline as being relatively tanky and shouldn't instantly die to a Sombra. So maybe I like what you did. You can Matrix Javelin. I'm sure you knew that, but just that's actually you did. You hit it. I wasn't sure if you saw. I wasn't sure if you did it on purpose. But
I've been looking for them every time there's an Orisa.
Good. Okay. I mean, that was horrible use of micro missiles.
Yeah. My micro missiles need some work. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at this a little bit. So I have a little bit of a bone to pick with you. With same kind of thing that we talked about with the previous D.Va, right? So it's this kind of stuff right here. So I'll wait, like right here. So just you're peeking over the edge just a little bit, forcing a little bit of cooldowns. I would just be very cautious about how much HP you lose here. So just be careful.
Okay.
Because your team hasn't actually walked forward yet, and then you're also going to boost her out. I would just be a little bit more patient. Okay, here again. What's the best play right now?
The Genji's going in, but he looks very low. I guess the best play is maybe go back to gas station and get them to focus on me.
I would disagree.
Oh,
I would confirm the kill here. He's trolling.
Right.
He's trolling. You're not even engaging right now. He's just inside of your backline, so you might as well. There's not. I think you just might as well finish the kill. Because
he's not really a threat, so I should finish it. I get it.
Like, there's nobody else in the enemy team that's even can walk.
He was, I guess.
Right? Do you see how like nobody in the enemy team can actually even walk forward right now? So like you don't care what they do right now. They can walk forward all they want. They're not going to do anything. Whereas before they could actually walk forward and hurt you. Ooh, that sucks.
Yeah, that battle cuddle.
Yeah, it's rough.
And then it kind of ruins our whole engagement.
Okay.
I'm too low HP for this one.
Yeah. We've basically gotten to a point where, and this is why the HP management is so important with D.Va, because you feel like the frustration the last like 20 seconds where you've never fully gotten to where you want to be. And this is the problem. This is the armor thing, right? That we talked about with the previous D.Va, where it's like you're constantly like, it's like a riptide, you know. It's just every time you struggle, you just keep going a little bit further, You can never like actually get anywhere. I would say probably the best solution for there would have been to grab a mega rather than what you did.
Yeah, the mega. And okay.
But this is very frustrating.
I know what happens here. It's a big misplay.
You know, it sucks.
Yeah.
You know, just something to be aware of. This is Orisa.
Yeah, the hacked mega Orisa was a huge nuisance.
Seems good. Nice. Seems good. This is a perfect example of like where you could have continued to go on these squishies back here, but you're like, this Orisa's just trolling the lobby, standing inside of my backline, so might as well just go for the easy play here.
Yeah, she can't die, so I went for the Ana next.
Okay. All right. Seems good. So what I'm saying so far is I really truly do think that for the most part you're doing the right things, or you have the right mindset. You're just not doing them very well mechanically, or how you're using your cooldowns. You're not managing your HP very well. You're not managing your micro missiles very well. And then the little things like you just did not anticipate that Sombra going on your backline when you knew exactly what she was going to do. Those are some things that we could do. Even like the Genji focus, right? You get in the backline. Why are you there? Well, you're trying to focus. What's the squishy's target that I can pressure? If you can't pressure a squishy, fine, then shoot the tank at the back. But there's a lot of little things that just need to be cleaned up, I think. Okay?
Yeah, I will say I've been thinking about matrix management some, but the HP management, I can't say I've really thought about it too much. So
okay.
I'll definitely keep an eye on that.
Okay. Comps have changed dramatically, actually. So you tell me the impact of them as simply as you can, right? Because it's just not like at your rank, you're probably barely pressing tab anyway. So I'm going to be happy if you press tab once every 60 seconds. It's just give me a 1-sentence rundown of what you have to do. What do you have to do?
Let's see. It looks like
you got 10 seconds.
Well, okay. I have to get on top of their soldier because he just does a lot of damage. I watched you, and he has a mercy pocket.
Okay, stop right there. Perfect. Okay. There's no Sombra, right? So what does that mean?
I don't have to anticipate dives as much. I can pressure their long-range hero more.
Right, very similar to the previous D.Va review, right? Less peel, more aggression, more Winston-like play. Let's see what we go. Look at your HP.
It's full.
Oh, looks pretty good though so far. Outside of that javelin, right?
I'm just, yeah.
Micro here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just reps, that's all. What do you do?
I try to boop the Genji, mess up his dashes.
Okay. If you cannot get the boop on the Genji blade, what do you do instead?
Then I just keep shooting him, or I try to make him slash me instead.
Potentially, I would say generally go for a backline trade in those situations.
Fair enough.
Your damage on Genji is often going to be negligible. It's more about the boop, and then if you can't get the boop, go for backline.
Okay.
Tracking EXE. I just like making other people make fun of other people's mechanics, so I feel better about mine. Okay. I like it. Looks good. This is awkward for you, right? Because what are you thinking right now?
I'm thinking that no one else can see the people that me and Genji are shooting right now.
But
And
what happens if you don't matrix your Genji here?
he dies. He's anti. He's in.
Yeah. So that's always a tricky balance, right? So I think you're doing the right thing. That was good. The worst thing you could do is watch a video or get a coaching session and learn, have it, stick up your butt about how the game should be played and refuse to help people if they don't play the way they should be playing. Yeah. This is fine. Even this here, right here, right? Like you can't help with that, but you were ready to help if you could. The Genji's feeding though. You can't help with that. Don't worry about it. I respect it. Big bomb. Actually, don't even have a problem with that. Again, it's the micro, It's the things like you start to boost or you get javelined out, and then instead of like tucking back into cover, you're like, I'm gonna keep going. Oh shoot, now I'm stuck.
Yeah.
Right? It's a lot of micro with you. It's a lot of like what you're matrixing, how you're matrixing, who you're shooting, how you're using your cooldowns. It's like the micro versus the Orisa, for example. You haven't played enough against Orisa. You haven't played enough versus an Ana for you to be able to respond well enough to what you need to be doing. But the good thing is that is such an easy thing to fix. You just play more. I think your overall mindset seems fairly reasonable. Nice to use Falc, nice to use Orisa. Just die.
Yeah, maybe I should have just killed myself here.
Yeah. One of the few times you're allowed to say that on Twitch. Okay. Yeah. Keep watching. Do you want to be here?
No, I don't want to be face tanking an Orisa.
Okay. Do you have to be here at this exact particular millisecond? Yes.
I'd say yes to clear out. Like my team needs to get this high ground, so I need to make sure she can't just.
So
kill
then,
them.
where are you gonna go next?
That's tough. I mean, their squishies are alone on the bridge, kinda.
So how do you get there?
I kind of want to get on that. I'd say go left, so the Orisa doesn't just javelin me.
But then, what's gonna happen as you're entering?
They're gonna damage me a whole bunch, and I'll waste my matrix and everything.
It's gonna cost your entire matrix, and you won't have your boosters yet either. And then you're gonna booster on top of them, take a truckload of damage, get DMAC by the time you land on top of them, or get slept out and then die. Okay, so that's a failure. So then, what's our other option here?
Just keep.
No. The idea was fine. I don't want you to give up. I want you to find a different way to get done what needs to get done. You need to get in the back line without dying.
Maybe I can go like around right. There's a rock. There's the cover of that little building.
Yeah. Okay. Give me another solution. I like that one.
Underneath. I could get the mega on the way.
Do you see this? Do you see this?
Yeah.
Oh, this is succulent, right? And the thing is you're talking about Winston, right? There are times with D.Va where you want to dive. This is one of those times versus their comp versus their situation, right? This exact situation is how you would want to play Winston.
Okay.
Right? If you dove here, this would feel rough. If you would come underneath and jump under, Ashe doesn't coach gun you. You don't get slept dart. You don't get naded, and you land on top of them. You see this? So it's important you understand these things because this isn't just about D.Va. This is also about the other hero that you want to play. Okay. This feels horrible.
Yeah, it wasn't good. Then Genji goes in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still just shooting an Orisa and getting javelin.
Mm-hmm. Love it. Get him. Get him. Excellent. 3-second matrix is totally balanced. Love it. Very, very good job towards the end there. You're doing all the right things. Valk, because I have no idea, to be honest with you, but okay, we Valked. Do you have any questions so far, by the way?
Let's see. Yes, so when I am playing like either solo or in a group,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm in VC, I'm like the only tank I'd want to make callouts. I try to make these callouts like in and out because I heard it on one of your videos about Eichenwald with the Winston.
Yep.
And I guess I forget to do that sometimes. So I heard on Volsky you recommended some interval timer. Do you think that
can be
a good
helpful?
way to?
Yeah, that can be helpful. Yeah. I mean, that can be
Like,
helpful. The interval timer can be helpful for anything that you're working on as well. Not just the ins and outs. But yeah. Just a reminder.
Okay. And oh yeah, I did have a question. So,
Okay.
do you think right now or just in the future, I just want to get your whole answer on this. Is it better to like master Diva right now, maybe get a second tank later, or should I be both practicing Diva and another tank like Winston equally right now?
So, do you remember what you told me at the start of the review where you were like, I wanted to play Winston Diva, but I wasn't good at them and I was scared of like resetting all the gains that I had made, right?
Yeah.
If you only one-trick Diva, you're going to put yourself literally in that exact same circumstance all over again.
All right, fair enough.
So, and I think that their kits have, like, if you look at that last fight, right, you're no longer playing Peel Diva by any shape, way, or form, right? You're playing only to create a space aggressively. You are playing like a Winston. So there's going to be bleed over, right? There's going to be carryover. There's going to be things that you can do with your Diva that you can also do with your Winston and vice versa. So I see no reason why not to start practicing now. And
do you think Diva...
it's also more fun, right? Being able to play, like, I want to play Winston this map. Okay, play Winston. Go ahead.
Do you think it's Diva Winston or two tanks that complement each other well, or like do they get countered by the same things?
I think they're fine. I think Diva, like Winston, if they have, like, well, you tell me. Look at their composition. Like, what do you think?
Well, I'd say in this matchup, Winston would be pretty good because they have 3 long-ranged heroes and a Mercy, and Orisa's not too effective against a Winston. You kind of like play around her, I'd guess.
Yeah.
Like, just don't go for her, just go for the squishies.
Agreed.
But Matrix is also really good against their Ana and their Soldier and even their Ashe.
Yep.
Dynamites.
Yep.
So, I mean, it feels like they both could be really effective here.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one would be better, to be honest.
Okay. I've got a good question in chat, actually. I'm actually gonna rewind.
Okay.
There's a question of, like, if you go top here and you go underneath, that's putting a lot of faith. Whoops, let's get the right timestamp here. It's putting a lot of faith in your backline. So in other words, if I drop here, does that not just expose my backline to just getting absolutely toasted? What do you think? I mean, let's not even play the guessing game. Let's actually look at how this is set up. Look at how your supports and how your DPS are set up right now.
I will say that's my biggest point of confusion so far on Diva and Overwatch 2, but I'd say in this scenario, they have a whole bunch of cover. They're way deep in there. They have both supports to heal up whoever gets damaged. I'd say it's fine to just go in there, like underneath. The Orisa might walk up, but by that time, I'll be on the back line, and then it's just Orisa 1v3ing or something like that.
We had the same kind of confusion with Zarya in the previous review, right? Where it felt like there were scenarios where it almost felt like Weird Smearkle was trying to body block almost and be like, I need to be here, otherwise my backline gets toasted. So it's not a simple answer, right? I'm not saying that it's always like your supports will be fine, don't worry about it. I understand that concern 100%. But like you said, the cover here is decent, and theoretically it should be an overextension for them to punish the supports here.
Okay.
But you're gonna have to use your judgment here. right? You're just gonna have to use your judgment. Like if this Orisa's, balls to the wall running into your backline here, then maybe you have to adjust your plan. If your supports are walking up forward with you and you're like, okay, we're actively fighting and brawling right now, maybe you don't have time to set up for the backline. Maybe you just have to stand inside of your team. I just think it's important that we understand, like, the goal is to always set up the perfect engage, but like we've said earlier, there's going to be times where maybe it's just not optimal. I look at the situation now, I think you've got plenty of time, like you said, to set up for the backline, given the way your team is playing. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe you have to adjust. Okay. Let's keep going. When would D.Va feel bad? Or let's put it this way. When would Winston feel bad and D.Va feel better?
I'd say Winston. If we're just talking about comps, I played Winston at first, and like they always swapped Hog, Reaper, Tor. I know that like Echo Tracer could be better counters to Winston, stopping your setups, as I've heard from you, but
those are pretty rough. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Hog, Reaper, Torb is really rough. So yeah, exactly. That anytime that they go the hard counter setup to like hard brawl, okay, well then now D.Va's gonna feel a lot better. Is your team capitalizing off of this pressure right now?
It seems like no. It seems like they're kind of all over the place around corners.
So how do you play this setup? Are you hard committing, or are you just playing it really carefully?
I guess I'd want to play very careful here since I don't have the follow up.
Even that booster right there, right? Cautious.
Not bad.
Just be careful, because now. What's about
half HP?
Yeah.
Half Matrix.
And
wasted it all before the engagement.
And now what's happening?
Now they're wanting to go in. The teams are set up, but I already wasted all my resources, basically.
Be careful. Be careful. There's always a balance, right? Like it's the same thing as the previous question. Like there's always a little bit of like I wouldn't expect you to remain full HP and remain AFK. Maybe bully the Ash Mercy off of high ground. Shoot the Orisa a little bit, just kind of chill. Okay, I'm 500 HP, we're fighting, I can drop in them, and I've got a good angle, right? Now you're stuck in main, though. This is clearly too much, right? And now you're actually boosting out, and that's going to kill your Mercy.
Yeah.
Out. Okay. So you troll that fight.
Yeah, I trolled it.
So what could you have done differently? We already said this, but I want to hear you say it.
I should have just I shouldn't have boosted in. It got me on low ground. There was a javelin me. I should have just played cautiously with cover and poked their backline. Make sure they might have a harder time setting up, and they can't pressure my backline as we set up.
Was this a good position for you to be for the fight?
I'd say yes. It has a different angle for their Orisa to look, considering she was on high ground, and. It seems like it might not be the best position. It's kind of like I can peel for my backline there, though, and as well as engage on anyone that pushes up. So, I don't know. To me, it seems good, but it might be bad.
Why else could it be good?
It denies their Ash Mercy from flanking us.
Yep. Something always to consider with this hero, right? Even if the position isn't necessarily optimal for you, if it completely denies the oppressive position from their Ash Mercy, that is helping your team.
Yeah. You
just denied that. Now look at their Ash. Look at the position that she's playing here. Do you think she wants to be here? Right?
Nah, she doesn't want to be low ground main.
No. She could and should die if you had played the rest of this fight better instantly.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, one thing I have to ask. So what's the idea behind using bomb except for as an extra life? Like, when should I engage with it, or should I wait till they're all engaging mid fight? I just throw it, or I've been a little confused.
It depends. really, this is just something you just have to get a better sense of. So let me give you a good setup for it. I'll tell you an opportunity when I see it. Give me a sec. Do you see it?
Right here, yeah, they're all kind of rotating around.
If you bombed here, it detonated right in this corner, what would happen?
Probably at least one of them would die. Their Ana looks in a really bad spot to get away. She'd either have to push up into our team where our Genji can kill her, and their Orisa would have to back off a lot, and we could really rush them.
Yeah. What's Orisa also going to use?
Fortify, assuming.
Potentially your spinner
and her
Fortify.
spinner to get away. Yeah,
Yeah.
spinner to get away.
Yeah, Mercy might Valk, Mercy might get caught. Yeah. I think this is like a perfect situation where, and this is something that you can VOD review if you'd like. I think versus their comp, playing it as a second life is also reasonable. And using it as a second life is almost always going to be reasonable. But if you see an opportunity like this, I mean, that's actually nuts. Perfect.
I mean, yeah, I've been trying to think about my bombs. Just wanted to make sure I was doing it right.
I mean, look at what it did. Look at what it did. Do you see it? Look at their Orisa and their Ana.
Yeah, they're super far pushed up. They have no mercy anymore.
They're trolling the lobby.
Like
this Ana's dead. This Orisa's dead. And let's look at the cooldowns too. Fortify and Spinner. Sayonara. This fight should be won.
I got javelin.
No!
Yeah. I remember that.
Unfortunate. That's so unfortunate.
I was mad about that one.
That sucks, man. That's okay. You baited them into using all these ultimates, and they're gonna lose the fight anyway. 2 for 1, and you win the fight. 3 for 1, and you win the fight. Right?
Hopefully, Orisa should die here.
Surely. No.
Nope, the Valk's back. Okay.
I was like, oh, you killed the Valk. You see, this is fine. This is fine. And you guys still haven't used an ultimate yet.
Yeah.
Surely.
We got 2 of their ults so far.
Disaster. Okay, I don't care. That was great. That was exactly what we wanted to see. We love it. Again, it's like the first fight example where I'm like, I'm not sure if bombing aggressively is best versus this comp. I think you should need to go test that. But I think the placement was perfect. The timing was perfect. I mean, it was literally so perfect that I expected you to bomb there. Or we talked about how good of a bomb there, and then you actually did it. So that's hilarious. I kind of like this. This is cute. I like what you're doing right now. Just don't get slapped for it.
Yeah, I'm getting punished for it.
What's the issue here, though? What's the issue?
I was trying to like cut off the backline from the Orisa, but my issue is I was not in a place where I could disengage safely at all. Yes,
that's it. Exactly right there. You're doing the right thing, but there's no escape route here, right? It's like a lot of the time, it's what I was learning with Genji, right? You can distract 75 trillion people, but if you can't escape with it, it's really not the best thing. So for you, I mean, obviously you're getting booped around, which really, and body block, which sucks, but optimally being like here, right? Or being like here, or if you can, getting to this high ground position and then just shooting and matrixing, and then I can just duck behind and I'm super safe. So you have the right idea. Again, it's just the execution, and we're noticing that a lot with you. You have the right ideas. You're not always very good at recognizing the situations and when it's the right idea, but you're just slow at doing them a lot of the time. Yeah. Or you're not doing them well.
I think I need to build up some more like subconscious feel for it.
Yep, I agree. That's a good blade. That should win you guys' fight. Whenever you see blade as fights devolve, you know it's over for the enemy team.
Yeah.
They've got no cooldowns, they've got nothing left. Yeah. I mean, this is another situation where where's another place you could position here?
I could probably play like low ground around that pillar next to their spawn. It just annoys them trying to get out of spawn more. You could also play like here, and then just literally drop inside. Oh yeah,
them.
right. If they're coming out, I just kind of annoy them.
Yeah, you got options here. I don't like what your Genji's doing. I don't like using deflect for that. And again, it's a little bit about the micro, right? Where like I think like what you're doing is okay, but like why here and not like here, or why here and not like, you know, up here, or you know, it's all about like using cover just a little bit better so you can take a little bit less damage and you have better vision of what's going on. Love to see it. That should be it. Did you guys see 9?
Yes, we did. Yeah, that was really embarrassing.
Oh no.
I mean, maybe I should have been watching that more because you know it's everyone's fault. I thought our supports. I don't know.
Maybe in Overwatch 1 when your other tank was creating space for you, but I really think it's important for D.Va that you're able to like proactively create or deny angles. I think it has to be on somebody else. I'm not gonna blame you for that one. I mean, obviously if you see we might see 9, I need to go back. Don't see 9 just because you refuse to hold the position, but like I don't know. I think it was okay.
And yeah, the defense kind of falls apart a little for us.
Okay, let's look at the enemy composition.
Okay, yeah, they swapped it up. They're on Monkey. which I theoretically should be a really good matchup for. They're on Echo, which is pretty annoying.
Before you even roll out of before the enemy team rather rolls out of spawn, what kind of comp would you say you have? What's your priority, or what do you need to be aware of?
We're definitely a long-ranged comp that wants to like out-position them. Like, don't let them get on top of us. We just
how do you stop
spam
that?
them.
How do you help with that?
I would want to be watching for. Well, I didn't know they had monkey yet, but if I listened, maybe I would. But I would want to be like back and ready to boop their monkey out of bubble, and then just pressure him.
Mark their echo.
And their echo.
Mark their monkey.
Yeah, mark their echo.
Lucio does something stupid, mark that too. If you have an opportunity to pressure the soldier out of an aggressive angle, do that too. Is on a Lucio like the easiest thing for you to pressure now?
No, I mean their Lucio is really slippery.
Yeah. Did you see how like this is where like I would not want to play monkey versus this. I would much rather play diva versus this. You can make that monkey's life absolutely miserable.
I will say.
Okay, go ahead.
I feel like I mess up this first fight because I didn't listen to that they had a monkey, so I kind of engage, and then their monkey destroys us basically.
You didn't even see him. Yeah, you didn't even react. That's rough. Because again, are you getting value doing this?
I mean, I think, yes, I'm just, like, their team can't also follow up on the monkey dive, but I'm not, I mean, we ended up, I think we lost this fight, so I don't know, but it feels like the right play, because their Ana and Soldier are looking at me.
Yeah, it's okay, but honestly,
although
like,
the Echo.
How much value is an Ana Soldier going to get from their positions that they were currently in? Let's play this again.
Fair enough.
Soldier, is Soldier useless here? No.
No, he's
But who's the bigger threat to your team?
The bigger threat is the duo of Monkey Echo that can definitely kill someone.
And is Ana doing anything right now?
She's just pushing cart, basically.
She's doing nothing. So this isn't about, oh, you need to go for Soldier over Echo, or you need to go Echo over Soldier. If this Soldier, what if this Soldier was here? What would be your priority?
That would be a really dangerous. I would have to go on him because he has a huge angle.
Yep, 100%. What if the Echo was on cart and the Lucio was diving your back line?
If the Lucio was diving, I'd assume I would just. I mean, that seems like a free kill, confirm it type of thing, but overall, I'd say just go on. Like, Lucio's no threat, really.
But you see what I'm saying? Do you see how it's not so much about, like, oh, I need to prioritize Winston Echo?
Yeah, it's all about the situation.
But no, it's more about who's more aggressive at that point in time.
Okay, who's the threat, basically?
Right. These guys don't. The Soldier, okay, I get it. It's not good, but it's okay. But these guys. They're on top of your team. Someone. And the thing is, it's risk versus reward. They should, not only should you peel your team versus these guys, but they should die for this.
Yeah.
They should die for this. Whereas that Soldier, the Soldier's not killable, realistically. He's not. You can clear him, that's value, but it's not the most value. So this is not a bad play, but it is not the best play. Not by a long shot. And you're thinking, oh, I'm getting 2 for 1, but then the question is, how much are those 2 doing? One Winston right now is doing...
It was basically...
Right, one Winston is doing more than 3 members of the enemy team right now.
Mm-hmm, okay, I see.
And that's it. That's the team fight.
When I come back after I get boosters, and it's way too late. Oh, is it? I don't know. Yeah, I think it is.
Who should you be looking for right now?
The monkey, isn't he still in us? I should probably chase him. Oh, he's dead?
He's dead.
Then I'd guess I'd be expecting the Soldier to go on a flank now.
This is a trick question. This is the trick question.
I should just wait to see who's most threatening.
Where are they? Where are they, right? Where's the Echo? Where's the Soldier right now? Do you know?
I was just trying to get my bearings out, and I guess but
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that's exactly what you need to be doing right now. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I should just read the situation and then decide what I should do.
You need to be checking. Okay, do you even know that they're on Echo right now? Do you know maybe they're on Sombra, right? Like, okay, what's going on? Where's my team? Who's going aggressive? And then be able to lock in and help out with that.
Okay. Wasted Matrix, probably.
Go down. Sigma.
Yeah.
Did you do your job?
I cleared him out, so yeah, even though I didn't
HP.
kill him. It's full, so I can keep going.
Wow, do you need to keep going?
I don't need to. I could go on someone else.
Who's aggressive right now?
The Echo.
Yeah, right, you don't even know, really, do you?
No, I don't know. I mean, like, watching the replay, I know it's the Echo, but at this point, I definitely didn't know in game.
So this is the balance that you always have to get out. When we were talking about you going aggressively on the backline trade, do you remember this on the attack when you're doing this?
Wait, I think you cut out. What was that?
Do you remember when you were attacking and we ignored the Genji Sombra to go for their backline? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
What's the difference between doing that now and doing that then? This is very important that you understand this.
Because I'm not... Okay, let me think about this for a second. So...
Good, take your time.
The positions are definitely different. Doing it now, the Ana's not getting as much value. Like, she's just popping some heal shots. She's pushing cart, but I'd say it's way more risky to let someone die on defense because the super long respawn.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's really about what you just said first there. The Ana here doesn't really pose a threat to anybody or anything. Once the soldier's on cart, he doesn't really pose a position to anybody or anything. When you are on attack, this Orisa and Ana were looking to push aggressively with the dive, and they were a threat. Yeah. You see that? The Ana's nade, the Ana's damage, the Orisa's damage. So you now have taken all the positions on defense, cleared them from attacking your positions, and are actively being assaulted on your good positions by the Echo and Lucio, and you're focusing on people that are no longer not even a threat to you at all.
Yeah, so I should go back on make sure we have that good position.
If you were on Winston here, I might still go for backline. Why?
Because he's just really effective at that. Like, it's pretty much confirmed that you'd win that battle. And
well, what would winning mean? What do you mean by win? You would win that battle by what?
They would either have to completely run away, or the Ana would die.
Right, they would die.
And then Echo would assume they'd be left by herself.
So maybe you don't. Maybe you're like, okay, shoot, my backline dies, but I'm going to kill your backline too. Yeah. I look at D.Va here. You're not killing these guys.
So D.Va has to focus a little more on making sure we have the good positions on defense instead of trying to kill the Ana on cart.
Right. You're thinking, I'm going to make... Because also think about your hero kit, right? If the enemy Winston jumps me and I'm playing Winston, can I kill this guy?
No,
as a
you
Winston?
can't.
Can I kill this guy as a Winston? If she flies up in the air?
Echo? No.
No, you can't. But as D.Va, yes, you can.
Yes.
I oftentimes look at Winston as better at punishing enemy supports and D.Va as protecting your DPS, or like basically protecting your space once you have it, right? Yeah. You don't have to like overthink this in terms of macro. Oftentimes it's just as simple as how would I do versus that hero in a 1v1. That's really that. It's honestly that simple.
Wait, how would you do what? You cut out again.
I would say I wouldn't overthink it in terms of macro. I would just basically be like, how would I do versus that hero in a 1v1?
Okay.
It's that simple. Yeah. I mean, now you're getting a lot of value, right? Because what's happening?
They're all focused on me. Soldier almost dies. He can't take the flank.
Yeah.
And like they're not shooting anyone else, so my team can take the space back.
Right. So then what? But what is your priority in the next, I say, 2-3 seconds?
It's to make sure that when Winston respawns, that I can deny him from clearing our high ground out.
Okay. What is a little bit concerning going on about your resources right now as well?
My matrix is like 2/3. My health is 2/3.
Just be careful, right? Just be careful.
I have to be careful.
Uh-oh.
I get sticky.
And you see how you missed your window, right?
Yeah, because I wasted boosters, so I couldn't help my team there.
Well, you weren't even thinking about Winston respawn, right? You're just stopping cart, but once again, like, you needed to be here, right? Or whatever. I don't really know how your Ana dies, to be honest with you. I don't really think you need to worry about that, but, like, there has to be some better punishment on this here.
Yeah, okay.
It's that easy, right? It's not complicated. She's a free kill. She's inting. You can kill her. She's a free kill. It's really that simple. Okay, let's watch one more fight.
Okay.
Ha. I can tell I'm gonna like this. Help! Help! He's so upset.
I think he lives.
Oh yeah, he lives because your mechanics are garbage. But I mean, you're doing the right thing, and like
in theory.
Yes, in theory, but also like look at what's actually happening on the kill feed elsewhere, right? Like okay, this visor sucks, right? But your Ashe is able to get all the space in the world to just click 2 of their heads. Okay, good use of bomb. Where the heck is he? There he is. Use his micro missiles. Remember, they don't have fall off if you can land them on a fat target.
Okay,
you can be more greedy with them. Okay, looks good. Mechanically atrocious, but you had the right idea.
Yeah.
Again, it's like a situation where, like, yes, that you did lose somebody to Visor, but you had a monkey actively diving somebody right before that even happened. You have to kind of figure out what your priority is, you know? Maybe if you guys are on the Moira on a comp, you're thinking, okay, maybe monkey's not as much of a threat, their hit scan is, and so you shift your priorities a little bit, but it's still the same. Can your team help you in your position right now? If you were to turn around right now, would your team have sightlines on you?
They would not see the enemy. Maybe they could heal me, but otherwise, no, they can't really pressure too much. I mean, they're denying them from rotating, but otherwise, no, we can't follow up on any kills.
Hold the corner, right? Like, what you're doing here is good. Okay, then as you push forward with Cole, you also walk forward. You're like, oh, soldier, soldier, soldier. Terrible use of boosters, but I appreciate the attentiveness, right? We talked about the anticipating with Sombra, right? Good. Again, why are you going for Echo here?
Because I knew she was diving our Ashe. I was trying to save her and let the Ashe kill her.
Right. She's feeding. Right? She's feeding. You can kill this target. It's again, without overthinking it, it's who is the most aggressive member on the enemy team that I can punish, and then punish it. She should die for that. There we go. Again, Matrix usage there. You probably should have saved your Ashe's life, and that Echo should have died faster. But at this point in time, I don't care. You just need more reps in the hero. You're doing the right things. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, I guess it was a booby trap.
Yeah. Well, also boosters too, right? Like
I shouldn't have boosted in probably.
Yeah. Okay. Let's stop right here. So we, again, like the previous Diva stream, we've talked about a lot. This hero is incredibly dynamic and versatile, which means there's a lot to talk about and think about. But what are your priorities as a Diva player? What are your priorities?
I'd say I want to find the aggressive people, even the ones that might be feeding, punish them. If they're trying to take space away from our team, I want to make sure we can hold that space. If they're trying to take space, like get a flank or something, I want to deny them. I can just sit on high ground to like draw attention and deny long-range people from getting those positions.
Yep.
And otherwise...
Remember the attack? We talked about some things as well. Remember the first fight? Remember the uncertainty we had?
Oh, yeah. So, well, one, I don't know if this is what you're talking about, but I'd want to keep in mind if we just got 2 Sombra dives on our backline, I'd want to be ready for the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
stress test a little bit.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it wasn't even necessary.
See what I can get away with.
It wasn't necessarily a mistake, right? No, it was just like, I want you to experiment, right? Mark the monkey, mark the Echo. If we're on attack, try diving backline and see if you get a good angle on them, right? Okay, how can you get away with leaving your backline if you're playing a Zen Mercy versus a Sombra? Can you not? Okay, so then how do I still get value without just permanently sitting inside of my backline, right? So I think you have a lot of good ideas. I want you to keep testing it. Right now, you just need repetitions more than you need anything else. And then also, you need to figure out your situation with training as well. So for you, for your priorities list for you is number 1, play more in the hero pool of Winston Diva. Number 2, sort out your training situation. It may be fine for right now, just something to keep an eye on. And then number 3, I want you to stress test and think about some of the different Diva details that we talked about, and just practice some of those different things. You have a very wide spectrum of things I've given you. You can pick on a daily basis. Today I want to practice this. Tomorrow I want to practice that. The day after I want to practice that. I want to be aware of this. I want to be aware of that. I want to try the interval timer with this. I want to try the interval timer with that. You can mix it up. You can rewatch this VOD. You'll probably take note of at least 6 or 7 different little details that we did, which to me is rare. I usually generally stay focused on one thing. Today we went all over the place. So you have a lot of different things that you can work on, and you can mix it up. That's going to keep things interesting for you. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Just don't overwhelm yourself in a game, because we did talk about a lot. So just make sure that there's you're not giving yourself like, I need to be doing these 5 things. No. One thing is fine. Okay. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I've got 3 quick questions.
Sure.
So one for mechanics. Should I like go in a training range and try to practice tracking on Diva or something, or does it just come with time? do you think?
Coming with time is the most important thing. But if you wanted to take 5-10 minutes of warm up, or while you were in queue, if you're like, I don't need a VOD review, I just want to go into then load up a workshop code,
Okay.
and just I wouldn't bless your worst enemies with playing Diva and deathmatch, but you can go into a workshop code and just train. There's got to be some out there. So chat will have some. I would Google it, see if you can find some simple aim training workshop codes for Diva, and then that will help with that.
And number 2, just a quick question for my friend the Ash player. So
Yeah.
you said that it'd be good to practice all the heroes I want now, so I don't lock myself in that old situation I was in.
Mm-hmm.
If they really like just Ash, do you think they should one-trick Ash, or if they like, say, Sojourn, should they have 2 options for different kinds of things they
I
could go
always
against?
recommend 2-tricking. 2-tricking is probably the best way to go, or 3-tricking at most.
Okay.
And then having a hero that complements the playstyle. For example, like I wouldn't pick Widowmaker and Hanzo. That I wouldn't say is a very good. I would find like a Widowmaker Tracer, Widowmaker Cassie, somebody with a different skill set, So if that person if he just enjoys one-tricking Ashe, I got no problem with that. Ashe is a relatively versatile hero. You'd probably be okay with it. But if you were going to add another hero, probably something that has a different playstyle, right? Not totally different playstyle, but it has like slightly different strength. I think Sojourn's probably pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think they really like how Sojourn plays, so...
Yeah, Sojourn's good. Sojourn is good because she's more mobile and is better versus dive. So if you're getting dove over and over and over again and dying as Ashe, okay, that's an opportunity for you to either stress test your Ashe and solve the situation, or play the other hero that's a little bit better in that situation as well. But yeah, Sojourn Ashe is probably okay. And you said you had a third?
Yeah, it was gonna be like when we play and we want a VOD review. Is there anything like? Do you have any advice for VOD reviewing? Do we just like? I mean, we watch it. We're like, oh well, we should have done this in hindsight. But I don't know. Like, should we VOD review every game, or is it like once per day?
No.
Or is it
Only a little bit. Too much, because like you want to try and have like. So like, remember how I was saying like on a daily basis you can have something different that you're working on. But what I would avoid is going into a match and just looking at all the mistakes and talking about each individual mistake and one after the other. It should be try and have like a theme, for lack of a better term, with how you're VOD reviewing. Think about like, how was our ult usage today, and look at just your ults, or then how are we were we all on the same timing today? Like, was I going in, okay, well, you guys weren't ready, that's my bad, or how are we setting up for positioning with our backline today? So you got a Brig and Ashe player. Okay, let's just think about our positioning. Like every single team fight, like let's look at the start of the team fight. How is my Diva's positioning? How is my Brig's positioning? How is my Ashe's positioning? Have just a different theme, right? And so that way, when you go into a VOD review, you actually have something specific to look for, and then also you then finish the review and everybody's thinking about positioning, everybody's thinking about old economy, everybody's got something to work on, rather than just literally random fruit medley of mistakes that doesn't really feel actionable in the next game.
All right, so should we, like, before we even play a game, be like, all right, today we're gonna try to focus on positioning or like timing?
Yeah, that can be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, that can be helpful for sure. And then they do like a status check, right? Watch a team fight or two between the next queue. Doesn't have to be, it shouldn't be long, 5 minutes tops, and then get into the queue and go from there.
All right.
Do you have any other questions?
Let's see, there might have been one more.
Sure.
I'll just ask one thing for our Ashe player real quick, just
sure.
like get one last thing to tell him. He'll
That's
probably
fine.
get his own coaching session.
That's
but
fine.
So how aggressive, so I was watching, we're trying to come up with like how we play, I guess, but is it safe? We're doing some kind of like 5-step thing where I'm like, all right, this is the positions we want to be. These are the good positions. Then we have to clear them. Usually my job to make sure we get it. Then we'll kind of wait, like he'll wait, and then we time our pressure together. How aggressively does Ashe usually play? Like, should they be playing main with our backline, or should they be on like a huge flank?
It's all about sight
I'm
lines.
not exactly sure.
It's all about sight lines. You can play a very aggressive position if it has good mid to long range sight line. If it doesn't have good to mid range long sight line, then it's not going to feel so good. So if you're looking at my stream right now, if you are attacking this map and you guys are all pushing out of this choke out top here. Your Ashe can hard flank in this position here, or even hard flank all the way on main.
Okay.
It will be difficult versus Sombras, Tracers, and Genjis because they might scout her out and kill her, and there's nothing that you can do about it. But that will more often be an opportunity that's available based off of the length of the sideline. If we then flip the script and we go, we're attacking third point, and my Ashe wants to hard flank, and she goes up through here. Now all of a sudden, this feels a lot worse. You see what I'm saying? She can coach gun up, but these sightlines aren't particularly good for a hero. So then all of a sudden now maybe it's more about like holding soft sightlines, soft angles, maybe starting main and then taking positions like this. And you could do that with every map, right? Think about like what is the best position that complements my hero's range, and then are there any DPS in the enemy team or players in the enemy team that might stop me from going there? Like I wouldn't recommend hard flanking as Ashe if they're playing Sombra, Tracer, or Genji. They will probably find you and kill you. But if they're playing something else, or maybe you see, okay, Genji's just sitting on main, okay, well, now I can move, right? Now I can flank.
All right. This might be a hard question, like that has no real answer. I mean, we've talked about this already, but let's say there's a game where the Ashe dies a lot. Should I be playing more reserved and being peeling for her every time, or should they be playing safer? Really?
Yes.
Both of them. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. It really depends. Like
what you said about punishing aggressive players.
Yeah.
But...
The goal is to simply play better. For you. Okay. So we've looked at this VOD, right? And there have been simultaneously times where you should have and could have played more aggressively on squishies, like when we were retaking this space, right? Remember that? And then there was also times like in our defense here where you were way too focused on going for backline when the backline wasn't doing anything and your backline was actively being dove. Remember that? So the answer is yes. The answer is just for you to not do both play more defensively and play more aggressively. But the answer is for you to get better at recognizing when which is the play.
Yes, okay.
Okay. I get it. And that's not always a fun answer, but the answer is usually get good.
Hey, I mean, that's what I like about D.Va is not just the one-dimensional, but the two-dimensional play stuff.
Right, we talked about that, right? Right. It's difficult, but it's going to make Overwatch 2 so much more fun. You're never going to roll out in a hero now and be like even now, like Winston Roadhog, or versus Roadhog Reaper Torb, it sucks. But it feels better than it did in Overwatch 1, right? There's more space in the map for you to set up flanks. Playing the Sombra as a ball sucks, but it's better in Overwatch 2 than it is in Overwatch 1. And so the dynamics is just kind of the nature of the game right now. Okay.
All right.
Well, mate, I really appreciate your time. And if you do have more questions, my DMs are always open.
All right.
And your friends can feel free to drop questions and ask Spilo as well. And I try to do that once a week, too. So, in fact, I think we're going to do that today.
This is a lot of great stuff.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your day, mate, and keep in touch. Let me know how it all goes.
You too. Yeah.
All right. Cheers.
Good day.
All right. That was Anti-Prime. And I have a very exciting announcement. I desperately have to use the restroom. I drink a lot of tea, and we're going to do some Ask Spilo and then maybe some Orisa play in just a moment. But I will be right back. I'm going to put on a beautiful, beautiful song while I go. And just to keep you guys entertained, give me 1 second. Is this the right song? Oh yeah, this is it. Be right back. Oh no! My kittens was sitting in my lap the entire review, by the way. The entire review was like attacking my stupid strings. Yeah. No, it's not. Wow. Okay. If you have questions, jump in my Discord. ! Discord. Go to the hashtag #AskSpilo channel. Type your question out using your WASD keyboard or other functioning device, and I will answer the question.
We're gonna do that really quick, and then maybe we get to some elite Orisa gameplay. Maybe. Surely we have time for that. Maybe, we'll see. Okay, Harp going dummy hard here. Oh yeah. Okay, let's do this. I am a 4200 peak player looking to push higher to the top 500, as well as improve my other roles, which generally set are on low to mid master. I forget, Overwatch is so annoying with this chat. Hang on a second. Overwatch is like annoying. It refuses to, it like clogs up the bottom of my screen. Okay, with that big pen. Okay. Pushing the top 500 as well for my other roles, which are starting to miss. I want to get coaching because is there anywhere I can get, that could peep from others coaching for session? So I only do coaching per session. I do know IOSX does, I'm pretty sure, consistent coaching sessions, or you can buy them as a package. Temporal is also one as well that you could do. Temporal. Also, I'm fairly certain John Overwatch does it, and I want to say Egoist Cat does too. I would reach out to these guys, check them out. I mean, I have the standalone sessions, but I currently don't do packages right now. You talked a few days ago about the cycle of each tank comp, like how Winston does nothing, has massive power spike with bubble, and does nothing. Zarya comp cycles and bubbles does once every 6 seconds. So when it's a mirror, how do you solve the cycle war? Basically, when both teams have the same neutral win condition, it's about which team does better with the cooldowns that they're gifted. Let's put it this way. If both two boys are born into affluent, rich families, go to the same school, have the same quality parenting, have same positive influences in their life, same classes, same teachers, same everything, whatever one turns out better is going to be through their own moral fiber, their own personality, like their own spirit, their own soul, whatever they chose to do. So it's just to be about which one did better with the resources that they were given. I know it's a little bit of a simplistic way of doing it, but for the sake of the analogy. So for you guys, if you are playing in a mirror, it's going to be about which Winston gets more aggressive value or defensive value out of his bubble, which Ana lands her nades more often, which Ana lands her sleep darts more often, which Tracer has better mechanics and lands more pulse bombs, this is a big one, which team controls space better or understands space better, or which team uses their ults better, more efficiently, loses the losable fights but wins the fights that they need to win. It's all about just doing what you have better. It's not necessarily about out countering. It's just going to be which team is better, and that's where skill comes from, right? With GOATs, very famously, Shock was the best angle control team in the world. Hate Sinatra as much of a was really good at controlling off angles and controlling high ground and just winning the HP trades. They would win every single neutral trade because they would always win the HP trade because they were better at setting up the positions and they were better mechanically. How does use of angles change with 5v5? They become more important, and they become more important for specific members of your team to understand and control. For example, there's one fewer tank to control space, so DPS and supports have to be more dynamic with how they control space, but also how they anticipate the use of space. We just saw and the previous VOD how it's really hard for my diva to be able to create space but also peel at the same time. So that means as supports, you guys have to be aware that if there's a Sombra on the battlefield, she's going to be going for you. So you have to be able to anticipate and react to those sort of things better. And a lot of those kind of engagements and trades happen on angles. So something to keep in mind. Outside of that, you're just going to see angles are going to become a lot more down to skirmishes as both teams fight for them often. There's going to be less of a Winston clearing space, Reinhardt clearing space. There will be that, but remember, there's one fewer tanks. So my biggest question for OS2 is, how does Winston Sniper change your strategy? Are you peeking much more often? Not much more often. You can get away with it more. There is decent soft pressure for him used. But remember, peeking, if you're doing 50 damage with your sniper little zap gun on a backliner or on the enemy tank, but every time you peek, you lose 100 armor because the enemy team has a sniper, that's not worth the trade for you to peek for a little bit of extra damage. The big change with Winston has been two things with the snipe gun. It has been finishing combos, so finishing slash winning 1v1. So I honestly just like duels. Like if I'm diving in Ana, I can use the zap gun on entry, or if the Moira uses a fade and gets away, or the Lucio gets away, or the Zenyatta boops me back, I have something to be able to pressure out and finish the kill or continue to pressure. But the other one that people don't, I think, give full credit to is clearing. So in other words, we learned this in our Overwatch League scrims, where Hadi could get a lot of value out of consistently playing safe angles and shooting tracers from 25 meters away with his right click. It was actually so annoying because it meant that the tracer had to be like permanently orbed. Every time he hit it, 50 damage on a tracer. It's like, so I have to go grab a health back, or I have to go heal me, or I have to get a Harmony Orb, right? I have the same thing on a Genji, right? There's a Genji's are very meta right now. Genji's trying to hold an off angle. You hit a zap into the Genji. It's kind of annoying, right? Tracers, Sombras. So being able to clear or pressure DPS or squishies on off angles when you're doing nothing else is a really, really great use of your time, actually. As a Winston, and remember we talked about the peaks of Winston, right? Whereas before, Winston was like really, really good and then really, really bad when he didn't have his bubble. Now Winston's like, he's a little bit more like this. He's still really good when he has his bubble, but actually because of right click, being able to like hit squishies, it's like right here, right? He does slightly more in those downtimes because he can actually help clear out DPS a little bit. It's going well. Thank you, Wacky Guns. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Did I miss any other nice messages? I always feel bad. You guys type so many nice messages, and I just straight up like dodo wall them. It's because my phone, like, I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's like I can literally only see like 4 lines of text, and the only way to change that is if I close the activity feed. But if somebody subscribes, then I don't know if they subscribed, and then I would feel rude there too. Oh, I guess maybe I can just hear the audio notification. Okay, I can see better now. Anyway. I already answered these two because people in chat were specifically asking for those questions. If you guys are interested in knowing, I don't have a general fundamentals macro guide, but I do have a lot of videos on my channel, including one I uploaded yesterday that will help with that. Is Doomfist good? No, I don't think so at the moment. Get a second monitor, man. One day. If you guys donate $100,000, I'll consider getting a second monitor. A couple million would be optimal, but I'll set the bar low. Is it important not to stray away from your kill box? When I was struggling to flank as Genji debate any resource, should I just stay with the team and the team's kill box and just spam a ball with them instead of as Genji? Well, keep in mind, kill boxes change. Like if we're holding this choke and the enemy team breaks the choke and they push out, then if my team disengages, then the quote unquote kill box has moved from here on the choke to now it's here. Like kill box isn't like, it's kind of an overused, kind of a cliche term. It just basically means where your team is currently has the angles or positions to shoot best. What position on the map. So if you are a Genji or flanking and the enemy team pushes or the enemy team backs up, right? Then yes, you'll need to adjust your positioning accordingly, right? Otherwise you'll get caught lagging behind or overextending. So it's always important to pay attention to where your team is positioned or the enemy team is positioning and adjust your flank and angle appropriately. For example, if my team is holding here, right? And the enemy team, that's not great. I didn't mean to draw. Let's just say this. The enemy team is yellow and we are blue and I am flanking here, right? So I've got an off angle here as tracer. If the enemy team pushes forward and I don't move forward too, then yes, my kill box is no longer bad, or no longer good. So then I would have to deepen as they push forward, or as we said, if they disengage, then I need to also deepen as well. But yeah, it's kind of an abstract question, just a wee bit. Since Tracer's damage got nerfed, I feel like I win 1v1s less reliably. Yes. It's a tough nerf. Should I play less solo and more with the team? No, because remember, your value is from threatening kills and clearing space. Playing with your team actually is worse now. You have a harder time winning 1v1s, yes, but you are significantly worse at pressuring tanks and just brawling with your team now. Think of it this way. I'm trying to think of a good analogy here. Playing with your team rewards higher damage heroes more. Think Junkrat, Farah, not playing with your team, but right? So then if your damage gets worse, yes, the other thing that you can be doing, which is flanking, is going to feel worse, of course, because it affects both, but it actually disproportionately affects playing with your team more. For example, we learned this in the Overwatch League scrims again. Shax on Tracer would sometimes like take it off angle and pressure a tank out, but he found out that it felt worse. He noticed it more when he was pressuring tanks than when he was pressuring squishies. So unfortunately, Tracer is still, fortunately, Tracer is still a good flanker.
it's just going to be harder to get value out of that flank, but that doesn't mean that you change your playstyle, because actually that's just going to compound the problem. You're going to feel the damage lack even worse there than you would playing it, where you at least, even if you're not threatening as much kills, you're still distracting or baiting attention. To piggyback off that question, what should I change about my Tracer playstyle? Honestly, don't change anything. You're going to end up, you need to be aware that you will be playing dueling DPS more and dueling supports more and pressuring tanks less. There were a lot of times in Overwatch 1 where you take an off angle and you just shoot a diva, bait her a matrix, pressure down a Winston, even make a Reinhardt turn his shield, right? But because there's one fewer tank on the field, you're going to be spending more time dueling. I noticed this with Genji a lot, where I had to spend less time pressuring tanks from off angles and more time pressuring supports from off angles, or actively dueling 1v1ing people that were trying to duel me for that exact same off angle. What kind of advice would you give to someone who struggles with map team awareness when it comes to target selections and teams that don't use voice or text chat? So we talked about this in just the previous VOD review on Dorado. The solution to tunnel vision, especially when it comes to awareness and map awareness and team awareness, is to always take the downtime between team fights, or leading up to team fights or after team fights, to realign yourself and check your flanks, check your awareness to where's my team. Because in the middle of a fight, it's hard to understand that. But if you, right up till the fight starts, you know exactly where your team is, you know exactly where the enemy team is. And then even, for example, you're Snicky, I know you're a higher ranked player that is getting coaching soon, right? So did I write you back? Actually, I need to make sure. I'm trying to juggle messages here. So for you, if you're playing like a Tracer or a Genji, take a reload time when you're reloading as a quick opportunity to do a quick 180, check, okay, and then go back. Right? I'm low HP, I'm gonna duck behind corner, get healing. I'm gonna take that opportunity to not just get healing, but also to recheck my support's positioning. So that's a little bit more of an advanced tip that you can do. Guys, I released a Tracer thing. One of the first videos I released when coming back was exactly on this concept. It's tunnel vision. Look on my YouTube, just search tunnel vision. Should be the first search result. We'll give you a little bit more information on this. When playing Zarya in Overwatch 2, when is it good to get charge versus holding bubbles so you don't get walked on? It is good to get charge early fight before the fight starts. When the fight actually starts, you need to be saving bubbles for people that are either going aggressive or going aggressive on you, and then responding to them with your bubbles. If your bubbles are good mid-fight, you don't need to worry about getting charge. They will get charge. If I've got somebody going really aggressive, they're going to get their bubble shot. If somebody's going really aggressive on somebody on your backline or on you, you will get charged from your bubble. The best bubbles mid-fight are good at enabling or disabling, and they also get charge as a result. So like if you're not building charge mid-fight, chances are it's not that you're not bubbling. Chances are that your bubbles are just not very good. Because a good bubble will not only do its job, but it will also get you charge at the same time. When you're talking about getting charge pre-fight, though, there are opportunities for like looking for spam, playing aggressive and baiting attention, and then bubbling afterwards. But yeah, if the fight's already started, you probably better holding off bubbles. But if you have time to like use one personal to get 30-40 charge pre-fight, and then I still have a bubble and I've got another bubble coming up soon too when the fight actually starts, that obviously is good. But it's always about that balance of like, I need to get charge, but I want to have a bubble available in case I need it. And a lot of that also, a lot of information here is also going to depend on the enemy composition as well, and kind of anticipating what kind of moves that they might want to make. For example, if they're they're on something very dive centric, then it's less important for you to get charge early and more important that you have those bubbles when your backline needs them. How would you train for awareness effectively? Oh, excuse me, chat. There seems to be so much to keep track of the support. It's a lot like ult tracking where, okay, we talked about the tunnel vision thing, okay? So that's one thing that I would do. But the other thing I would do for training awareness directly is to treat it like ult tracking. People always ask me, how do I practice ult tracking? Start with one. Start with only tracking the enemy tank's positioning or the enemy tank's ultimate, right? Same kind of thing. I will never lose track of the enemy tank, or I will never lose track of one of the enemy's DPS, or I'll never lose track of my DPS, right? And you build that over time, you'll be able to build your skill set, and you'll be able to keep track of multiple different factors at the same time a little bit easier. You're already doing that, you don't even realize it. Everybody has usually an intrinsic passive awareness of like the nature of their cooldowns. You'll still check your cooldowns occasionally to know the exact second, but if I had you play a game and I covered your use of cooldowns with like a piece of tape on your monitor, you would still have a pretty good awareness of like where you were at, not only in terms of like the cooldown timer, but even in terms of things like your HP, right? You have a pretty good awareness of like whether you needed to play safe or whether or not. So you're already doing that as we speak, but it's about sharpening that tool a little bit better. And then, like I said, with tunnel vision, taking times when you don't have any distractions and you're able to track the things individually like you're supposed to, because mid-fight, even Overwatch League players don't know where everybody is at the same time. That doesn't happen. Okay. When is that mob event? Oh, I can't add any more. That's good enough. Okay. I'm probably calling the haircut place today, actually. Yeah. I'm currently grinding Doomfist, previously 3200, now Plat 4. Sounds good. Reinhardt and Winston are way easier, but Doomfist is way more fun. What is the best team cut to go with Doomfist right now? And same with what maps? It's nice having some form of range support or dive support, so like Sombra, Genji, Tracers, to where like they can capitalize off of your pressure a little bit easier. You can still play Doomfist with really any composition, but divers do generally get a little bit more value out of it. The other thing to know as well is that maps with high ground are often the best because you can actually utilize your slam properly. And so you can not only use that to stage onto the enemy backline, but if you need to escape, you can then go onto the high ground. It's like a second corner, essentially. So big surprise, high grounds are good, divers are good. There's nothing really earth-shattering about that, but it's the boring truth. Okay, is it fine to two-trick Brig Lucio? Well, yeah, see, here's the thing, is there's a constant balance. People are asking me, is they're too similar in play. I like playing heroes that are similar in playstyle. I wouldn't want you to play Lucio and say Zen, right? That's such a completely different playstyle, completely different aiming style, completely different, everything about it is different, right? It's not just like aiming styles have to be always similar. I think it's okay to have different aiming styles, but they're just so completely different that it would be difficult to get better at both. However, you want to have enough flexibility with your hero pool so that in situations where Lucio feels really bad, you have a second option. So for you, situations where Lucio feels rough, maybe it's a spam composition, Brig is going to feel better. Brig can range support her snipers, right? Brig actually provides value through armor packs, whereas Lucio has to physically be there, right? So if I'm playing with a sniper comp or with a spam comp, Brig is going to be more often than not significantly better than Lucio. And it's not going to be as good as a Zenyatta or a Mercy. So it's not the greatest hero pool, but the most important factor with hero pool is your enjoyment of the heroes. So what I don't want you to do is I don't want you to drop a Brig for Mercy if you really dislike Mercy or if you don't love Mercy that much. If you really love Brig Lucio, I think it's probably a fine hero pool. I think there's enough flexibility in there that shouldn't be a problem. I think you're good to go. Am I wrong for thinking Junker Queen is just a better hog? I think it's just no. I think that they actually operate very, very different. They both have like similar feel in terms of like brute force damage, kill, Australian nutcases. But the difference between Junker Queen is Junker Queen operates more like a traditional tank and that she's a bit of an enabler. And like her shout, for example, is very team oriented in its aspects. It can be used aggressively, it can be used selfishly, but there is dynamics to its usage. Whereas Hog is really just a DPS. That's really a Hog is. Hog goes on flanks, Hog takes angles, Hog's tried to kill the enemy team. And that's really it in a nutshell. There's no dynamic to his playstyle at all. There's no creating space outside of I'm a threat and you have to deal with the threat. You might as well be, it's this exact same way of creating space as a Tracer or as a, anything else, right? A Doomfist, for example, is different from Hog in the fact that he is still a kill threat. That's generally where he creates space, but it's less I hit ability. For example, imagine if old Doomfist was in Overwatch 2 as a tank, where he could one-shot you, right? That's essentially Roadhog, where it's like, okay, he's extremely punishable, he's extremely avoidable, but he can just one-shot you. Whereas new Doomfist, he can't really one-shot you. He can kind of,
but he also can't. It takes a lot of setup for her to get it. Whereas Roadhog, he hits the hook, the target's dead, right, and that's it. So I don't see the similarities too much outside of the feel, but the actual way they play is generally pretty different. I know the game's barely out for a week and things can and will evolve differently over time. Correct. But what's your take and balance at the moment? I don't think it's particularly good. I don't think it's particularly bad, but I don't think it's particularly good. I think maybe at the pro level, things are a little bit more settled down, but then we're about to throw in Kiriko, which, goodness knows where she's going to fall into things. I do think that there are a lot of heroes right now that feel like too little effort for too big of a return. Diva definitely feels like you can just never die, which I don't love. Sombra still feels like if your team isn't hyper aware, she can and will kill any squishy that she wants to. I'm trying to think here. Those are the couple. There's a couple of the big ones. Like Genji right now does feel like maybe the opening up of the map has enabled him to be a little bit too strong with the dropping of CC. We might see a small nerf there as well. So I think as for casuals, especially, I don't think the game is for casuals, like mid-tier, somewhat competitive players. I don't think the game is particularly balanced very well. But we also, I know this is a little bit of a hot take, but I'm not talking about in terms of hero design, because heroes like Hog and Moira were still awful in Overwatch 1. But at the end, for the last several, like the last year and a half of Overwatch 1, even longer than that, the balance was pretty good. Like we got spoiled with Overwatch 1 balance. I think most heroes felt there was no overly oppressive hero in Overwatch 1 for quite a long time. And now, there's a lot of variables have changed at the same time. And even though they've been played in Overwatch League, the casuals have not been able to test things out as well. And casuals bring their own perspective. And by casuals, I don't mean bronze players. I mean diamonds and masters and even GM players, right? So there are going to be things that are pointed out where like, ooh, like for example, Sombra is strong in Overwatch League right now, very strong. But in lower rank, even though she's a harder hero to play, she's also strong because she can just instantly delete a squishy because people are in lower ranks aren't as team oriented and communication oriented. Whereas in Overwatch League, Summer Hack can theoretically still kill you, but people are anticipating it, they react, they listen to each other. Whereas Summer right now feels like you can just queue in a silver game and you could spawn camp any squishy that you want, right? That's a little rough. That's kind of capitalizing off of the weakness of lower rank players, which we will see. Hey Mephisto, any tips for picking up new Sombra? Timing is crucial. Capitalize off of the attention that the enemy tank is creating by engaging on your team, so everybody's distracted looking at the enemy tank, or your tank engaging, or just enemy teams trading cooldowns. It's the same thing as Tracer, right? And capitalize off of attention. And I really strongly feel like right now with the lockout duration time, that dueling is really, really, really powerful. Honestly, both playstyles are powerful. You could punish enemy aggression really easily if the backline isn't very killable. But if the backline is killable, or supports or DPS are killable, it's rough, dude. It is rough. 1.75 lockout is significantly longer than the 1 second lockout of the previous iterations of Sombra in Overwatch 2. It's 75% longer, and you feel it. There were times on Genji where I just felt like I should have gotten out, but I didn't, and it's rough. Kiriko is surely is S tier. Potentially in higher ranks. I would be shocked if Kiriko is S tier and any rank below Diamond. Dumb. But I've been wrong many times before, so we will see. She seems like to exploit her strengths would take more game sense, more awareness, and more mechanics than I think most players have. I know the game's barely out for a week. Okay, we already said that. Why do you like to pair Kiriko with? I like Kiriko with dive so far. I think she's probably arguably the best dive support in the game because of her ranged heal, her range pressure, and her teleport, as well as her all of those things feel amazing to play with in dive compositions right now. I don't know. I know some other people have different takes on that, but I think there's so much opportunity to use her aggressively, like a Winston jump. I think being able to range support is crucial. I really like her with dive. I love playing Kiriko with Genji in the beta, where I could just TP to high ground. I would play these really aggressive positions, like
and then people would push on me, and then I just TP away. A lot how a flanker would play. Her ult does feel pretty good, yeah. How should I be using my amp? I find myself getting significantly lower heals than other losers. So yeah. This is honestly, I'm gonna be perfectly frank with you. This is an impossible question to answer. I would need to see like some actual clips. By the way, if you guys ever want to, if you do have one team fight, I'm talking one team fight. I'm not bot reviewing you, but if you have a 20-second clip that you want to put in here with a question like this, I don't mind looking that over. That would make some of these questions easier to answer. I will say this, it really depends, because like I look at this and I'm like, how should I be using amp? Well, I mean, it depends completely on the composition that you're playing with. If you're playing more like dive with Lucio, or these dynamic like spread out comps, if you're amping around your team's healing, then you're going to get jack about it. You're not going to get anything out of your amp because nobody's going to be grouped up around you. At that point, it'd probably be better to be amping, like engage amp heals once you've already dove in, essentially, or using amp as a defensive cooldown. I don't know. I mean, the things that you're saying here, I'm using amp to hold space, the team alone, keeping to help myself, and anyone wants to deal with an off angle or fighting enemy backline. Those all sound like the right things. So maybe the reason why you're building ult slower isn't necessarily the use of your amp. Maybe it's if you're getting less healing as overall, maybe it has to do with the positioning that you're holding before the fight starts. Maybe your playstyle is that you just build your beat slower, but you get more value through your dives. Saying that, oh, I just get less healing, therefore I need to be changing how I'm using my amp seems like a little bit of a jump. I think you need to be more objective about how you're looking at it. You might be right, but you might be wrong. And honestly, I have no way of knowing that based off of a question like this. So would you play her in place of Ana or Brig? I'm not sure. I am not sure what my initial impression was something like a Kiriko Lucio dive with like Genji Tracer and like a Diva feels good. So I would play her with two self-sufficient supports so that Kiriko has a lot of escape options. And that also opens up opportunities for me to play aggressively without having to peel off somebody else. If that makes any sense. My problem with playing with Kiriko with like a Zenyatta or Ana is I don't know if I'm going to need to TP back to help them. And that kind of spooks me because I don't want to TP back to help them. And then now my escape cooldown is also gone because I had to fly back to help somebody else. Like the goal with Kiriko, is really not to TP to people who need help. The goal with Kiriko is to use it selfishly, to position selfishly, to assist people selfishly, and then use TP for yourself to escape. I mean, you can definitely TP and then throw E in the ground, and maybe your Lucio amps, and you're maybe fine. But I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, if you guys are familiar with Arabian Dive, I think is what it's called, like the pharmacy ball comps, the avoided comps from back in the EU contenders days, the pharmacy ball Tracer Lucio comps. I think replacing Lucio with Kiriko there feels like in theory like really good. I feel like that has the potential to be really, really quite good. Basically, you have another undiveable target, but that actually contributes more healing and more damage and more utility than a Lucio does. They only play Lucio because Lucio wasn't diveable, not because Lucio was good. It was just if you played a Moira or Zen, they had a tendency to die too easily. But can you imagine now, instead of a Lucio, you have a hero with a range TP and a vulnerability cooldown, wall climb, and actually decent range damage and healing. That seems pretty cool to me, and a better ultimate as well. I think. Well, I would say comparable ultimate in terms of like raw power. Even in split up comps, Kiriko's ult still gets value. If two people are sitting inside of that, that's still unbelievable value. You don't need 5 people to sit inside of it to get value. We'll go about 30 more seconds. Because Glacial Cat, I feel bad. Last question is Glacial Cat's. I'd feel bad to end. Oh no, Raptor97 is typing. Oh no! No! What would Arrow Dive look like in Overwatch 2 anyway? That's a great question. Probably Diva. I don't think, mostly just because Ball isn't particularly strong right now and Sombra is. You could play, oh man, I don't even know. I would feel like, it might be like Pharmacy, Sombra, Diva, maybe?
It could also be that Sombra is just so strong that Arabian Dive isn't even feasible. This may be something you've mentioned on stream before. Sorry if so. No worries. Whenever I'm reviewing my own play, which gives me yes, it's better to just play to focus on one thing at a time. Yeah, it's better to focus on one thing at a time. It's just impossible to focus on too many things at once. You need to be very sequential. And the way I like to choose up my hierarchy for what to work on is two categories, really. One is importance. So in other words, I want to focus on the biggest impact for the biggest mistakes I'm making. Oh, this is such a horrible, I literally lost the entire team fight because I made this mistake. But the other one is also ease. So like, if this is a really, really easy mistake to fix, even if it's not the biggest impact, if it's super easy to fix, then it's probably worth focusing on it and dealing with. Remember, the concept needs to be return on investment. In other words, how much value do I get out of fixing it divided by how much effort does it take to fix it, right? And that's your goal. So in other words, if it's a really big mistake and it's hard to do, maybe it's still worth to do it. If it's a really easy mistake to fix, it shouldn't take very little effort, then it's, even if it's not super impactful, it might still be worth putting effort into. You don't want to put a lot of effort into tiny little micro details that are hard to master. It don't provide a lot of return on investment. For example, like the melee cancel on Ana or the melee cancel on Reaper. One in a trillion maps will that actually ever matter, and it's actually kind of difficult to manage and to be thinking about all the time. What is the difference between angles and off angles? No difference, really. I use both terms interchangeably. No real difference. Ball isn't strong because I think Ball was one of the tanks that, at least I noticed, felt significantly worse when you couldn't 6-man slam people. But the other thing that makes him feel worse is he's just not as good at the tank nerf damage. Like, you really feel it with Ball. Like, you really feel like I am doing less damage with this hero. Like, it feels rough. Some of the tanks still, like the Hog, you can still one-shot people if you land the hook. Reinhardt's hammer still hurts. But Hog, it's like this visceral, like, I slam, I shoot. It's not dying, right? It's just not dying. Like, and I think like so much of Ball's utility was being able to get those 6-man slams, which are gone, or being able to actively threaten a sniper, right? I will kill you if you do not peel me off. And now it doesn't feel like he has as much of that kill threat like he used to, and that's dramatically hurt his secondary playstyle, really. Which is crucial to me. And also you have to keep in mind as well, it's also not just what he lost, but also what others gained. Winston has got direct buffs. D.Va got direct buffs. Even heroes like Reinhardt, Orisa, all these heroes get more buffs, but some tanks did not. And so those tanks got left behind just a wee bit. Yeah. A little bit tragic, but I do think that it's nice to have a period of time where heroes like Winston do feel really strong. Heroes like Reinhardt feel strong. And I like having a strong Orisa again, man. I love it. Chat, are you guys ready to clench your butt cheeks at excitement? Mine are already clenched. I don't know about yours. They have been for hours. My glutes are on fire. Please help, call a doctor. No, I'm kidding. We are going to play Orisa. How long is D.Va's full DM now? I believe 3 seconds. 3 seconds. So 50% longer. 50% longer. Clenching? Clench harder. I mean, I'm talking about if you put a steel bar, it'd be fluid by the time you let it go. Farming Orisa gameplay for the guide? Aye. You know what's bad? When I haven't even finished the Genji guide and we're already on to Orisa. I'm probably not going to play much. We'll play maybe a couple games. And then I need to go finish the Genji guide, which hopefully will be up by tomorrow. But you want to know how frisky I am? Check this out. Right into it! Not wasting any time. Melting steel beams for these, yeah, exactly. So full transparency, with Genji, I knew how to play the hero, but I had to learn how to adjust in Overwatch 2. My mechanics are bad with the hero, but it was more about like learning how to actually play the hero, right? With Orisa, it's honestly, I have theories. I have a general idea of what I should be. I think I know how the hero should be playing, but I don't really know for certain. So a lot of this is going to be guesswork and stress testing. That being said, I'm surely I won't feed as much with this hero as I did with Genji, right? And yes, chat, I'm sorry for playing a tank and deathmatch. Just absolutely disgusting. I want to take a moment of silence for that Genji. That was the most disgusting thing has ever happened in the history of Overwatch mechanically. I honestly feel sorry for him. Focus on one thing at a time, Ricky Tiki Russ. As best as you possibly can. Focus on the biggest return on your investments and the easiest errors to fix. Hi. Ah! Why did he not cancel? Oh, my bad. So we're just warming up mechanics here. I'm not gonna really warm up a whole lot. I'm gonna force myself to... I tried to... Oh, crud, he jebaited me. Wait, what was the question? Oh! Yeah, I'm sorry. A little slow nowadays. Does that feed punch? I feel like it should. Aim. Oh, I'm out. Yeah. I got no excuse. Walking in a straight line. Why don't they play Brig Zen in Overwatch 2? Well, because unfortunately Brig isn't as good at peeling off Zen as she used to be. And Zen, I mean, there are other heroes that are just stronger right now. They did play Brig Zen for a while in Overwatch 2. That was meta for a whole stage almost. Or at least it was early in the stage. It was quite good. But Brig's Bash got nerfed. Zarya was stronger. Sombra was stronger. Like, you have to understand, it's not like one hero is bad, it's just other heroes get too strong. For example, Junker Queen. Junker Queen was too strong. So you played Junker Queen, and you played a comper on Junker Queen. No, I agree, I love Zen. I love Zen. Zen and Ana are my favorite supports. I feel like Ana in theory should be more fun than Zen, but somehow I've always been more of a Zen OTP. I don't really know why. Time for Assault Ears Challenge. I've been very vocal about my complaints about this stupid game's audio. Oh yeah, we can go full screen now because I'm not VOD reviewing.
Without all that metal.
And left me a monster, like other creations.
That is a measure of
Yeah, I mean, it's good at controlling space. Like, it's good at really helping flankers win flank wars. Like, Discord and Armor Pack and Harmony Orb are really, really strong at helping people win off-angle flanks. Like, a Tracer with Harmony Orb and Discord on her target is, like, so good. Chicken continues Spilo. Hahaha. I'll have to answer that in a second. Alright.
The one thing I noticed with Orisa is how unbelievably dependent upon enemy composition you are. Like, all right. I'm still looking at comp. I might. Oh, that's bad. That's also bad. I could have just shot him, honestly. I might be able to kill this. Crud. It's like Orisa feels so weird. Like sometimes I feel like, oh, I should have dived. Or I should have dove, excuse me. And then sometimes I'm like, oh, I need to spam. Like it feels like so hard to like read each situation with Orisa right now. If that makes any sense. I shouldn't have used it. Also, Zarya does not feel fun to play against as this hero. I don't like playing versus Zarya. Ah, crud. Crud! Ah! I just want to play the game, guys! Please! Well, this guy's gonna die too. Alright, let's do this. Oh, I didn't get it. I'm dead. Shoot, man! Okay. But like, okay, so like versus their comp, we actually like have to kind of like, we can try to spam them out. Because the Zen diff, I think. But I also don't want to be playing like within like Zarya beam range because she just goes right through my beam. I don't feel like that was bad from us. They just had ults and we didn't. No, actually, I think I can actually clear this high ground here. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna clear. Yeah, I can clear high ground here. This is what I was talking about with Dive Orisa, unironically. Surely. 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 Oh, no! Oh. But that's what I was talking about with Dive Orisa, right? I'm just frontlining there. The snipers were just gonna chew me apart. So I like actually went off solo, and because I've got like decent cooldowns, I can like actually like survive in my own for a while. It's really, really weird. It's really, really weird. I love it though. It's so much fun. I'm gonna drop actually because my supports can't see me. Take an angle. Ah. I'm just gonna clear space. Hopefully we can. Aw, oh, crud. I needed to hit that. I trolled. I don't know what I should have done there. I feel like I needed to zone off the Ana because the Nano Zarya on top of me wasn't going to do anything. Maybe I shouldn't have dropped. Maybe I should have like set up a dive or something. But also like my comp isn't particularly good at diving. We have like Zen and stuff, you know? And they're on Genji now, no Hanzo either. So diving's going to have less value. I definitely need to clear off the high ground here if I can. Oh, what? I'm doing that mostly for the... I knew something was up.
I'm just gonna use ult on this guy. Wasn't the most value, to be honest with you. And by the most value, I mean actually very little value. Please, please, please. Oh. Surely. Yeah, that was stupid. I should have gone, I don't know what I should have gone for, but Zarya was not to play with my ult. She's always gonna have a bubble. Crud. I tried to boop him out of the mega. Trying to body block over here. Oh, that box is... Maybe I can... I might go to the other angle. That's what I was talking about with backline trade, right? Because like, I can't deal with Nano Blade like at all. So I might as well try and get a trade, create some space for the next fight. And this hero is really good if you just want to kill something. Oftentimes you can just kill it, at least at my rank. I don't even know what rank this is, to be honest. I haven't placed. I think we can kill this guy. Ah, shoot. Crud. Terra Surge is okay. Terra Surge isn't good versus some comps, but I have found a lot of value of it versus some in some situations. Like if you can't get out of it because you don't have like a mobility cooldown, it's really quite good. What is this guy doing? We should die. You see how I'm kind of playing this like a dive tank, yo? I really think like there's situations where this is quite good. I think we should just chill. Oh gosh. I don't know, yo. That one was tough. So we didn't have ults, value out of our ults, and then as soon as I got beat or grab, it was over. Unlucky. I don't think Dive Orisa will only work in lower rings. I think like there are times like that, for example, that second attack where if I had not cleared high ground solo, we would have never broken that choke. I really firmly believe that. I don't know what you guys feel, but like I really firmly believe that. I think we needed some way to clear that space, and I think Orisa is maybe not monkey, but she's okay. Versus like non-sniper comps, so like here's the other thing is also like finding ways of like avoid being able to spam, but also being able to get value out of my gun too, right? Not just dive Orisa, but also like, okay, can I avoid their Hanzo spam and spam their Zarya out from range? I'm gonna get a little bit of scouting here. I think I can get away with it. Famous last words. All right, so I can.
Want to know the bounty Talon had on you? Lower.
I didn't even hear the voice line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sorry, yeah. Alright, I don't want to feed shot if I can avoid it. I can't aim.
Sombra's out. Oh, I need cover, I need cover, I need cover. She's so low! I don't know really what so that was where I was thinking, we're playing a spam, I need to hold space for my team, but I can't just stand in front of the Zarya and just bleed ult charge. So I needed to try and play an off angle to where they're gonna walk in front of my spam. But also at the same time, they were able to use high ground on us, so I'm not sure. I think maybe my positioning was okay. I'm mostly focusing on positioning right now. I'm not really focusing on like mechanics or anything like that. So I think maybe positioning there was okay, but maybe I just didn't play positioning with as much value as I could have gotten. Uh-oh, that's unfortunate. Oh no, I'm way out of position now. Crud. I should not have used Fortify there. That was the problem with fortifying in there, is I didn't have a Fortify to get out. And this Zarya is just like permanently a trillion charges shooting. Yeah. I think I should have charged up the ult like a little bit longer too. I think I could have gotten a 2k with it if I charged it up a little bit longer. It's poopy. I really wanted to take high ground, but I can't if my armor's dead. Man. Alright, I'm doing it, man. Yeah, I'm just giving her way too much value, man. Oh, I got her. I was like, there's surely she doesn't survive. Oh. He's gonna walk up. I can boot Roth though. Oh, I fell. Crap. Got it. I really want to ult. I really wanted to ult there, but they were too far. I knew what she was trying to do. She telegraphed it so hard. And I was able to play in a way to where I wasn't like losing too much HP. I made her kind of overextend with it. I think we're okay. Get rolled. Get rolled. Get rolled. Get rolled. Get rolled. Greatest of all time, peasants. Oh, they're on Hanzo now. I actually like the D.Va. I like playing Orisa versus D.Va. It's not great because D.Va's pretty strong, but I keep falling! I don't even know what to do here. I need to go for a backline. Oh, chat. Surely. Can we even touch? No, we can't. We can't. Please clear out this guy behind me. What? No way. Man, I don't know, man. We died to the blade. I was like thinking, can I get a recontest? No. So it's close hold. So at least we had another fight. But then, I guess we just didn't have any ults. Yeah, it is winnable. I can clear top. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Group up, y'all. Group up, group up. What are y'all doing? Nah, we're just not using high ground at all. No! I thought it was behind! No! I just threw the game! No! No way! No way! No way! No way, man! Man!
Play of the game.
Dang it, dude! Didn't like duck for cover, bro. I'm legit gonna. We have to check this out. We have to leave this. We have to check this out. I swear, I was like, I purposefully. I don't want to use fortify. I need to use fortify to get out. All right, how close was I? Yeah, I can activate. I knew I could activate fortify during a spin. I just didn't want to, because I was like, dude, if I activate fortify during a spin, I'm gonna die as soon as that bomb's over, because I'm gonna be in Narnia. All right, how close was I? Was I just misjudging? Yeah, dang it, dude. It was just like a teeny pixel. Just shoot. Because I went in with my Sombra. I'm like, I'm gonna build my Ira Moray, whatever the heck she says. Okay, to be fair, we also had 2 ults and we just didn't touch either. We had Window, which we could have used, and we had Trance, and our Zen just kind of sits there. So, but dang, that stinks. I mean, yeah, to be fair though, like I trolled the lobby, so. I really, but see, that's the thing is what's gonna happen with my Orisa. I'm okay with doing that because I'm really trying to like min-max the hero, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying stuff, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather die to a D.Va bomb and have corny deaths here and there than and actually like test the hero out, you know? I do feel bad playing her in deathmatch, but I need like every rep I can get on her mechanics. I got you, mate. Oh. I would not recommend fighting me, Kiriko. I don't think it's a very favorable matchup. Oh, is he off the map? I don't think so. What rank did I get on Genji? I initially placed gold 4 played 7 games, gold 2, played 7 games, plat 5. So that was all I needed for gameplay. So I don't know where I theoretically could have placed if I kept playing, but I really should not use Fortify, honestly. I feel like there's just no point using that in a 1v1. It just feels kind of cheese. Maybe if I like fight multiples, I'll use it, but like it doesn't practice my mechanics to use Fortify, you know? There's no point. Just kind of moving in a straight line there. I really don't know why I used that cooldown there. Pride! Overheated. Harpoon is the best? Yeah, it's hard to use though. I don't care if I use Fortify here, I'm not. I just wanted to kill. Ah, that's hilarious. Oh no, I missed my harpoon. Ow. Gonna dash me. Hi, kitty. You literally camp near the edge of the map? Yeah, you can deflect. Genji can deflect harpoon, yeah. Not sure how I feel about Orisa on this map. She feels really good versus like, you know, if the enemy team's on like a Winston or a D.Va on this map, she feels really good. But if they're on like Reinhardt or like Zarya, it feels not very good because there's no like angles I can take on first early to like pressure, so you have to play like kind of awkwardly. Hi, kitty. Oh, you can't be on my lap because you're gonna go on my keyboard and ruin the game for my teammates. So the key thing for me, the thing has been my positioning around my comp / enemy comp. Oh man. I look at the enemy comp, if I see spam, I'm thinking I have to play dive Orisa. If I see dive, I have to play spam Orisa. Like I said, she's a very dynamic hero to where she has much better range than a hero like a Zarya, a Winston, a D.Va, honestly, even a Roadhog, right? Roadhog is a better spam hero, but if I can get a shot on his body, Reinhardt as well, right? But then if I play up against something with spam, even if they run like a normal tank, but they've got snipers and Zenyatta, I have to dive them. Like or at least have to play short angles so where they can't see me, because this hero doesn't have barrier and doesn't have mobility. So like, I have to like. Now this hero I can curb stomp. Holy mackerel, she got rolled. That is an advantageous duel if I don't beef my cooldowns. Where the heck is this person? What? kind of just want to farm this mini. I don't really want to go anywhere. Widowmaker. No, what?
Are you in distress?
I guess there's this Junker Queen. I like playing distance as well, honestly. Yeah, she's running. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Okay.
Now entering. Prepare.
Yeah, Sigma is tough. Sigma, I definitely have to try and kind of stay away from him. I can beat him in a 1v1 if I get up close to him, but if he gets any early spam on me, or forces one of my cooldowns, it's rough. His rock cancels my spin, I'm pretty certain. And then beating him in a 1v1, if he shield hops properly, is like impossible. And also, like I said, you have to like the spam of Sigma really counters Orisa. It's weird, Orisa is just not a straight up spam tank anymore. She's just not. There was a little bit of dynamics in Overwatch 1 where occasionally you could see like Orisa shield and Fortify being used for Brawl. There were brief metas in Pro where that was the case. But for the most part, halt and spam, right? But the way her weapon works now, the way there's no shield now, the way her bongo, there's no bongo, right? So there's no spam ability. It's all about like finding the dynamic of I still have a ranged weapon, but a lot of my cooldowns demand proximity or do better with proximity. And I can't compete with snipers with my cooldowns. I can't. I can rotate with my E, but that's pretty much it. And Fortify obviously is like not something you want to be using to just spam more, right? Not usually anyway. That's a Sigma. I'm smelling dive for a second here. I might just be feeding the lobby here. Maybe I'm not. Oh, I missed. See the dive tank, y'all? I didn't do it well. I didn't do it well, but in theory, that's what we're trying to practice versus their comp. Now they're on a comp where I don't need to necessarily dive, I don't think. Now I can just play a spam. Ah, crap. I was too late. So now we swap it up a little bit. So we're down one, we just need to chill. But also at the same time, I need to open up an angle versus these guys. I don't honestly know what to do. I mean, maybe these guys make a mistake, but I don't know, honestly. I'm just gonna stay in main to see how it feels. Maybe we can build an ult and break the choke. Oh, crud. That's rough. I don't know, man. I need range versus these guys. Or some way of, like, crushing their backline or something. Hey. Let me just try high ground here. We have ults. They, to be fair, they did use powerful ultimates as well. That's gonna be rough for our Genji. Never mind, he may do. Okay. I'm gonna go top. Honestly, flanking horse there might not even been bad. That's one bubble. That's two bubbles. Zarya's gonna be the easiest to kill thing right now. Or May. Crud. I don't even know what happened there. A bit more patient with Javelin. Could be, yeah. I think we have space so I don't have to go high ground here. I think. I like starting with high grounds with her Javelin, or with her ult. I do not want to turn this corner. Gonna keep opening angles up as best I can. I really don't think playing down main into a Zarya May is gonna feel good. Maybe it would, I don't know. Maybe this isn't the best high ground angle to play then. Because that May's shutting me down. I can't find it. I need to find a better sightline, I think. I'm not gonna get walled. Let me think. Maybe far left? Maybe far left would be best. She's gonna have grab soon. I want to try and get that cart moving ASAP. I think with 3 cap we can get it. I'm not going to take space here, we really need to in cart. Uh-oh. That's Winston. I really don't feel like we need another ult here. I kind of greeted there. I really should have. I mean, I don't know. I really felt like we didn't need it. Especially after the trance. I was like, alright, their Blizzard's countered. I should have hit that harpoon on that Lucio. I did nothing with the nano. That was. Oh, there's Widow. Questionable. I feel pretty comfortable taking this trade now because we're already up a couple. No, I missed it! Ah! Okay, never mind. I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, man. Please. I don't want to get... The thing I find a little bit awkward about her Javelin is how it dips. You know what I'm saying? I always mess it up. I'm thinking it's like straight, but it does dip pretty quickly, which makes sense. I'm just... Forgive your backseat coaching. I feel like you still play main, but you have to force bubbles in a wall somehow. Yeah, actually, maybe that's the play. Like, because the thing is, the second there wasn't any good flanks that I could take without like losing a lot of resource easily. So maybe if I could got my Ana to go with me, but maybe the play is main, but just like bait cooldown somehow and then push. Maybe that's the play. Hair in my eye.
We find strength. My memories from before the awakening are blurry.
No, you're not annoying. I really don't mind backseat gaming. I've never minded backseat gaming. Tragic. Whoa. Look at these lights, man. They're resilient.
Throw them into my web.
This one I probably won't break. Kind of cool. You ever notice like look at Overwatch and just like look at Overwatch, you're like, whoa. Alright, they probably have Widows, so I see something up there. Yeah, I can't play here. That Widow's gonna spam me out too easily. This guy's gonna die. I'm gonna provide some covering fire here because there's no reason not to. Alright, now there is a reason not to. Careful, Genji! Ha! Oh, shoot, we're pushing. That was just basically, my team is going in, I can't follow them on their target, so I'm gonna help on something else at the same time. Kitty, I can't have you here, sweetie. Sorry, bud. All right.
I need to be healed. Distance is no obstacle to my accuracy.
Ooh, there's the shift. It's 100 damage if they hit a wall, I'm pretty sure. All right, I like the hog. I don't mind the hog, actually, I don't think. Kill is a kill, chat. I see a Reaper without a Wraith that I can reach. I'm gonna kill the Reaper. Need to watch for a hook here. I think he's gonna be back soon. Ah, crap! That was not good. Alright, I don't want to push the window. Well, we can push this though. Oh, I had Fortify. Shoot. Yeah, I really screwed that one up hard. I got my cooldowns forced early for essentially nothing. I thought I don't know. I'm not sure what I thought. I'm not sure if I thought my BAP would heal me sooner or I just got greedy. I'm actually gonna clear top right. I got downtime, so might as well. Where is she? Is she main? Do we have any ults? We have window.
Oh shoot, I cannot aim. I need to watch for hog flanks here. I need to watch for hog hook as well. Yeah, I don't mind if he hooks me in like that. I don't think their armor can stay there. Genji's dead. I baited him. We can win this. Actually, cat, no. Try and buy some time. Oh, crud. Alright, Kitty, you cannot be here. Keeps repositioning himself on my mouse pad. I was thinking about ulting there on the other side of, on the other side of the window. But it's okay. I baited my Genji there. I went in hard with him, and then he went in for a really aggressive dash that I was not expecting, and then got her. That's bad. The summer is making it difficult. Trying to chain here, y'all. Getting a little sweaty. You get rid of her. I saw the opportunity for the kill and I went for it. That Sombra's rough, man. The amount of extra damage is tough. And I can't... And the problem is when she's on the off angle, that just completely denies my E. Right? It's not another hit scan that I can just burr through, right? It's actually kind of rough. No, 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 cat. Uh-oh. Let's try and get 2 fights here if we can. Well, actually, you know, versus their comp, maybe it's okay if we don't. I tried to body block. Did not work so well. We get 2 fights, so... And we gotta trade. It's weird. I'm playing too aggressively, I think. I think we need to be playing a little bit slower. A little bit longer sideline. Like, I could be taking all sorts of angles in this guy. Oh, what? How did he not die? Wait, did that cannot cancel his ult? Wait, that I hit him with a harpoon. I guess it doesn't cancel anymore. Because he like canceled his ult or he did like the weird. What? No way. That was bizarre, chat. Did you see that? It's like just Ana just walks in. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. What a weird game, man. All right. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna re-queue. I'll be right back. I have to move the kitty. Come here, kitty. He's a good boy, but he's a little too much of a fan of the mouse.
All right. Strimmer gone. Yeah. All right. Good to know. Strimmer's back. So I think my problems in the defense there were playing too aggressively and not spamming the hog enough. Because like they had a Lucio comp. Like I'm not really scared if there's spam as long as I can avoid the Widow. The Widow's the only one I really have to be careful of in terms of just not playing out in her sightlines, you know? This is the best thing to do. Hi. Chaos! Anarchy! No. I need to practice my aim! I'm not I don't have time to be nice! This is an RP. I got work to do, man! Oh, wow.
Re-evaluating, re-engaging.
Insane! You guys not seeing these harpoons? Ah, I'm an idiot. I'm gonna get somebody. Alright, come on, children. Oh, let's go. Nice! Good use of mobility there. How much damage does this do? Seems like it does like 20 per tick or 15 per tick. Like tick 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 does like 20 or something. Oh, crud. We might do one more game chat, then I gotta go back to editing. But you see what I'm saying, y'all? It's like this hero is so much fun, so much more dynamic, so much more engaging. Abilities are satisfying. Winston does flips. Alright, let's see. That was a lot of ticks, so maybe it's not 20 per tick. Betty Glocker. I just wanted to see. Betty Glocker. Start saving Javelin until after spin? You mean like when I'm up in their face afterwards? Does anyone know of any like Orisa pros out there? I don't see like anybody playing Orisa right now. Hardly anybody. Alright, good to know. This is gonna be the real test. I feel like Orisa on this map or this range might be tough. But we'll see what they play, I guess. If they go like full Sigma spam, I'm gonna have to go dive Orisa, y'all. It's gonna have to happen.
Je sens que je vais
I kind of want to hold close, honestly. Hopefully my team is willing to adjust their positioning.
Weapons ready.
Over here.
Join me.
Heads up.
Like a Moira and me can play here.
The best laid plans have backup plans.
Because I don't really want to play that back high ground with Orisa. I mean, it depends on the comp. I'll scout, and then if I see something, then I will go back. Oh, I can totally play back. I'm pretty sure anyway. Sojourn, Junker Queen, Cassidy. Yeah, I could play here. Looks like a Genji. I'm using my thing proactively because I wanted to. Because I wanted it to use the hold space, you know? Because it also means that I can fire faster because my gun doesn't overheat when I'm fortifying as much. Do they make any swaps? No. But they're Mercy, yeah. But I can keep. There's somebody beneath me. I might have to fortify soon. I'm a little off position. I'm just trying to hold this flank, you know what I'm saying? It's not flashy, but I felt like that was probably the best thing I could have done, is hold that position and let my team spam them on point. I'm not getting a lot of spam value here. Oh, they're on Widow now. I was literally just buying time because I knew my Widow was here. All right, let's back up. That was actually kind of risky. If she'd hit her knife in me, I might have died. And this is going to be awkward now because they're on Widow now. So... we are pushing. Ah, I messed up. I thought there was more than the Jungle Queen in there. Find a body block for my Widow. Needs to move. Bro. Ah, that's not good. The trance is not good. Nothing about that was good. I should have gone for a backline trade with the ults ahead. I honestly just didn't even think about their ults. I don't even know if we can. Ah, it's over. I canceled it. You guys see that? Goodness gracious. I felt like we had all the time in the world there. Nothing died. Hey, wait, are you somebody talking trash? Listen, you guys can throw me all under the bus all you want. Just don't besmirch the name of Buff Hardtack. All right. Well, it looks like my space eventually was capitalized off of there. Probably could have played my cooldowns a lot better there as well. All right. Same comp. I actually feel like I might want to play a little bit more divey here. Once their shot's done. I don't like that Ana. Oh, crud. Trading that for Carnage is really good. She wants so badly to do something with this. And I am not letting that happen. Oh no, I did it too early. Ah! Okay, kill's a kill, but I needed more than a kill for that to be winnable. Shoot, man. I just did it a tad early. Alright, a body block low here. I messed up. I need cooldowns. Back my trade. Alright. At least we forced another ult out. Crud, dude. I think I can go top. Yeah, I can go top. Actually, we might even play close here, honestly. I don't really know where to hold here. This map is always tough for me. Behind me. We can get this guy, surely. He dies? Oh no, he goes on the coast. I think he's out. Yeah. Cancel that. Shoot. I mean, where's that Genji, bro? I feels like Hog, if he messes up, loses actually so much HP on me. Oh, I'm trolling. I'm actually feeding. I'm actually actively feeding right now. That was terrible. I should have pulled the Q earlier rather than let them get behind the corner, and then I went all the way in, but I went all the way in on a nano Hanzo. I'm not killing that. That was terrible. I actually just threw that fight. Still winnable. That's annoying. Our Widow's deep too. Uh-oh. We're okay, I think. Need to keep putting pressure down. Ah. Wait, no way I live solo. There's no way I'm still alive. Ah, shoot, dude. That was so bad. Yeah. Yeah, I trolled that fight before. Yeah, I mean the space and the damage threat, but I needed to like actually hit somebody with it. I'm learning that it's better to like that corner was right there, right? There's no way that they're gonna take any damage from that, so I just needed to pull it off early and then just shoot what was available instead of inting. Let's see what tank they play. See if we can get some scouting info here.
Much lies in store. Let us see to it.
Whatever awaits us, I am prepared.
Spilo sends. What? What's wrong with my hero select screen? Junkrat. Junkrat.
Let's finish this quickly.
There's something really amusing about that. I don't know why. He's doing his best, chat. Holy crap! I just... Oh, dear. Alright, dive Orisa it is. I mean, I'm actively, like, breaking it as fast as I can, and then I'm like, surely... But... Come on, guys. The same flank? Like 4 times. He's gonna do it again. He did it again! It can't keep happening! No! No! I can't dive. This is hard. No! 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 Like an unruly 3-year-old. I do that when I think somebody's behind me sniping, by the way, y'all. I don't just stand there and sit when I could just be going behind cover. I'm thinking... Ah, got him. Can I get out? I think I can get out. I don't care about anybody else, so see ya. Well, it's been good, y'all. If he does this again, I'm gonna lose it. Ha! Off Igron. Ah, crap. There it is. I got her! Ah! Yes! Ah! Ha ha! Ah! all part of my plan, chat. Will they know? Do they know, chat? Do they know? They know! Dang it. Dude, I hate playing attack on this map, bro. It's so cancer. It's like you never have space. It's always like, oh, we have to disengage. Guess we die. Because you just slide down the slip and slide to the grave. Ah. All right, surely. Oh, bye. Love you. No! Dude. I'm like, I'm not super scared of hook, but then these guys are doing so much damage with every hook. Well, no, you definitely look like an idiot. Regardless of the reference that you made, you're definitely an idiot. Like, let me reassure you that. All right, surely. Whoa. What? What? They went right through him! No? Or am I seeing things? Maybe I'm seeing things. Where's that Mercy? Yeah, they're out. This Mercy's still behind us. I'm fairly certain. Oh, no, wait, what? I'm an idiot. Oh, I got her. Maybe we can stagger these guys, honestly. I might even be worth using ult here. No. I couldn't quite reach them. August going top. August going to 3, 2, 1. There it is. I'm literally just losing all of my HP for no reason whatsoever. This is a perfect like workshop on how to not manage your HP. I really need to clear this high ground, but I'm not going to, so I'm just gonna sit here and complain about it without actually doing anything about it, as I'm literally 7 HP. We desperately need to clear top. I'm clearing top. I'm gonna do the hard things, chat. Oh, sweet kitty cat, I love you, but you're really not in a good position right now. You will not die in vain, man! I honestly played horribly on most of that attack. Kitty, I love you, but oh, you just can't be there, buddy. You need to be on my lap at best. Okay, sorry, bud. All right, you just relax right there. Okay, good boy. Show dominance, use the cat to aim. Yeah, that was actually horrible play on the attack there. Easy. Now he's attacking my left hand.
My name is Orisa. You would be wise to remember it.
What rank am I right now? I don't know yet. Honestly, I have no idea. I haven't placed yet. This is like game 5 or whatever. I'm trying to figure out Orisa, yes. I don't know how to play Orisa. She's like one of the few heroes I didn't even coach in Overwatch League. So honestly, I don't know. Push themselves off your balls. You're making the assumption that I... Never mind. Haha, this turd.